If you're anything like me, you've started 10 different Minecraft worlds and finished none. So this time I committed. 300 hours, no quitting, a full kingdom built in survival. The builds, decent. The commentary, honest. But the real marvel behind this kingdom is the story that underlies it all. So if you're down for that adventure, consider leaving a like on the video, as we have a goal of 150 likes. But there's no better way to start a story than from the very beginning.
Dear Lotus members, new and old, you are all so talented and unique in your own ways, and it's an honor to watch all of you grow and challenge yourselves as artists, because that's what you are as creators on YouTube. You're all storytellers, so go out and have the best time telling whatever story is on your heart this season, and just know that you have so much love and support from me, your followers, and this awesome community of creators. I'm truly blessed to have known and worked with some of you, and my fondest memories are the silly ones we have made in Minecraft with people across the world. Life is all about the people you meet who have touched you and molded you into the constantly complex and growing person you are today. And all of you wonderful people have changed me for the better. Just remember to love others, give them grace, and enjoy every opportunity and obstacle this season.
Let's make this the best season yet.
After taking a quick group picture, we were off to the races. I collected wood and made some basic tools before getting an invite from Spidey.
Well, if you want to go on a mining session, we can head that way and see if we can find a nice cave.
Yeah, caves are usually down.
And I knew the best way that we could go mining.
Are we just digging straight down? Are we doing what Minecraft tells us not to do?
We continued to dig straight down, and I happened to come across something special. If anyone is iron, I found diamonds.
You already found
They're right
diamonds?
here. I literally dug down straight
What?
diamonds.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'm not
That is
joking.
so good.
Do you think we should just make a mark of them? Wait, we should make you a sign, and then you can just wait till we get fortune, and then you come back for them?
I agreed with Spidey's idea, and we kept on heading down to bedrock. And Spidey happened to die for whatever reason.
Oh! I was just trying to dig. I just, you know, like when you try to dig and then the hitbox gets in the way?
Yeah.
That was the worst idea.
So Sim and I continued to mine up to the surface, and so we were off for an adventure. An adventure that was to the Skyapple Caverns.
Welcome to the Skyapple Caverns. It's completely safe.
It was not completely safe.
Dog, come over
Nope,
here.
it's safe, and it's the pinnacle of safety. I should know. I safety checked it.
Skipper's checklist, definitely a starter kit.
Now, if we continue on here through
You're
the
safety
Skyapple
checking.
Caverns,
I mean, you-
we passed the lava pool. I promise it's safe. It may burn you though. So keep on down.
Oh, God.
Past rickety walkways and ladders. We can see the crafting table. Oh, hello! Die!
You see, the crafting tables here are actually ancient history. They were left here by
Exactly.
the first discoverers of Skyapple Caverns.
Who may possibly be us? Can you mine in it? Can you walk in it? Is death
Look, okay,
possible?
the safety
Kind of.
Look, the safety check, the safety list had one checkbox, and it was, is it a cave? That
Yeah, that
all.
was pretty much it. Leave the Skyapple Caverns again?
Yeah, we're gonna.
And so we left once again from Skyapple Caves.
Have we
Probably.
considered the use of explosives to go fishing? Like, if we could time an explosive and drop it perfectly on a school of fish.
For a minute, I just thought you were going to say on a school.
No!
Spidey ended up spooking the lot of us, and I continued to stay with the gang until I couldn't any longer. It was about this time that I stumbled across Yogi.
I think we're calling ourselves the Happy Campers. We're just hanging out here on this island. There's a mine that we've started. We're not quite down to the bottom yet because somebody murdered someone. I don't know how that happened. Oh, look, there's the murderee as we speak, or the murderer, rather.
Yogi showed me around the island, and I made the decision to join the Happy Campers. However, in order to do that, I wanted to get geared up, and it'll come as no surprise to many of you that I got a bit carried away. A couple of hours later, and we have a pretty cool looking XP spawner. And now before you say, Slip, what's gotten into you? Let me tell you, the XP spawner is below this button behind me. If we press the button on our dock right here, we can open the trapdoors and we can fall down the shaft, where we'll be met with our obsidian portal. And if we head along over to the left, we can head into a zombie XP killing area. You'll quickly hear that the mob sounds are starting to come, and we can actually head up here. You can see that we still have plenty more work to do in this area, but we have a little bit of a watching room too. The game plan here is that we're going to eventually seal off this entire area just to make this area feel contained, as we could probably both agree that this place needs a little bit of extra detail in order to make it worth coming back to. But being honest, fixing that area up is really not in my heart right now. The reason being, many of you may know the Minecrafter Cringy Goal. He's definitely one of my favorite YouTubers, and unfortunately, he and his family are going through some really tough times at the moment. And since I really feel that connection with Cringy, if I'm being honest, it's kind of affecting me as well. If you know Cringy Goal and you want to send him support, please do consider putting a rose emoji in the comments below. But I did also want to briefly check in with you all because we've been doing a ton of work over in our starter area. As you can see, we have tons and tons of crops that literally spread farther than the eye can see. We have our chickens and our sheep right here, although it might be just about time to trim the pack. I have my vine harvesting area with 3 different jungle trees, and over in the distance you'll see that we have both copper blocks oxidizing over there, and we actually have an enchanting area over here too. You see, this guy has big plans for Lotus Season 3, and in order to get working on them as fast as possible, I thought it might be useful to have diamonds. Our inventory has definitely increased as well. We have tons of mangrove logs, and we have just tons of goodies all around. And I actually happen to have another 52 diamonds to my name as well, but I'm not going to be showing you those today because I'm going to keep my wits about me. These are foreign lands, and who knows what kind of shenanigans the members of the Lotus SMP get up to. And man, I really can't wait to find out. Man, this area is already looking a whole ton different. We have a custom little dock right here with tons of boats, and then a fantastic, really cool looking tent over here to the left. You can see that it has tons of different colors of wool, and this guy right here is going to be pretty tough to beat. I really like that design. Over here on the right, we have a really cool vehicle. Oh my gosh, it just fits perfectly into the environment. And can we go inside? I don't want to intrude here, but it has a little bit of an interior as well, so well done. We of course have the customary nether portal for any campsite area, and as we head into the clearing, welcome to where the Happy Campers live. I guess we have a bit of a donation bin for any of the materials that people might not be needing, and over to the right next to the farms we have even more storage over here, along with an enchanting area. You see, I guess someone already took my idea here with going with a red bed. We have Draconis's mailbox. I'm definitely gonna have to be sure to leave him a message at some point in time, and it looks like he has a pet here too. A very well done red tent. I really like the design. Which, speaking of cool looking tents, we have Morg's tent over here along with his pooch. It looks like he went for a really detailed purple theme right here, and I love the custom pot with the azalea bush. It looks like he's continued the design with some coastal fencing, and once again, a job well done. But over here in the distance, we already have a massive build, and it looks incredible as well. It looks like while I've been gathering materials, people have been hard at work. Heading over into this area here, we have a bit more of a lush tent, and I love the bench that we have. We can follow along the coarse dirt path, and it looks like we have a pink theme here. I wonder whose tent this is. Once again, it totally fits in with the environment. I just love the look of this. It looks like we're pulling up on Drift's vehicle right here. Let's see, I love the copper exhaust that we have, and we have tons of copper trapdoors, which is something I can't wait to build with myself. And standing back, this camper is just a total vibe. We can cross along the path right here to another really cool looking tent, and I love this. It's right on the coastline. It overlooks the water, and we have some vines for decoration, and I like the floor too. It looks like we went with some of those new tough blocks. In terms of views, I might have to say that this is going to be number one. I mean, just look at the scenery. And last but very not least, we have Cobb's build right here. It starts to rain, but it doesn't take from the architectural style here. It's got a really nice gazebo and kind of dome feel to it, and he has a nice little organized storage area over here. So man, look at all the incredible creations that people in the Lotus SMP have already made, and I haven't built anything yet. I think it's just about time to make that change. So I say let's get on to building. Well, you could call me a happy camper. We have an awesome campsite right here with a tent, with a pond, and even with a wagon over here. As you can see, the red tent came in really well. Not only do we have red wool right here, but we have packed mud and some tuff as well. One really awesome building trick that I've been using a ton recently that I got from Wax Fraud is by putting pots into the roof area. If we take a step back to look at the build from a distance, you can see that the red accents really fit in well. And I must say, it's so fun to play with the new 1.21 blocks. Our custom pond is similar to the style that I usually build in. We have tons of different stone slabs with some mossy around and some leaves and some lily pads. This time I decided to include some mud in order to hold our flowers, and I even went the extra mile to get some tropical fish that are swimming around in the pond, although it seems to me that they get stuck quite often. We really don't have any space for an interior, but we have a nautilus shell and then a little sign that of course says slip. As we head out towards the water, you'll notice that I went all out with tons of crops, and we have some hay bales and some pots pots and plants as well. And as we head down to the dock area, you'll notice that we have stone walls and stone bricks that are giving a little bit of an indent so that we can make a path down here. I kept with the red mangrove theme for the dock, and we have almost a Japanese looking lamppost here. We of course have some barrels that are outlining the dock as well, and I've fitted them up with trapdoors too. I made sure to outfit the beach with some shrubs, and we have Cobb's turtle friends right here, which I guess we'll have to ask him if they have names. And then finally, as we make our way along our stone brick path, we'll come up on the wheelbarrow. This is not the first time I've ever used this build in a playthrough, as we built this in the Hardcore Kingdom Season 3, but it matches so well with the theme that I just had to squeeze it in here, and it leads us nicely over to a little view area where we can look over the coastline. We actually have a secret trapdoor below the wagon, and we'll come up to a secret interior area. In all of these barrels, I'm holding all of my materials, and I might as well show you the 46 diamonds that I have left now. And we have our crafting and our stone cutting components here too. Now, as the sun sets in this beautiful land of Lotus, I am feeling like quite a happy camper on this island. But I've got to say, this area right over here just looks like it needs something in it, so I'm gonna get along to building a ship as well. Now, this ship just makes the entire area look so much better. It's definitely not my favorite ship that we've ever built, but I love the red and white sails. It completely matches with the happy camper tent that we have over here. And being honest, having an extra boat to look at is always a good thing because people rarely have builds on the water. And so when I can, I try to change that up a little bit. And so it is just about time to go and expand from the happy camper island. We're gonna be going for an awesome Italian theme this season, and possibly even bigger things if I get the time to do it. But for now, we're gonna cast our reel and try to catch a fish for the first time, because you see, I'm gonna have to be catching over 300 fish. I said that I'd catch a fish for every like on my most recent 1000 days in hardcore Minecraft video, and as of right now, we have already over 300 likes, and I plan on continuing on with the like count in this video as well. So if you like the video, please do consider leaving a like on it. We're moving over to the boat because there's a trident man over there, but that's gonna be it for episode 1 of the Lotus SMP. So I'm gonna get along to catching some fish, and I can't wait to see you all next week. Well, there she goes, our first ever fishing rod of the playthrough. It looks like we were able to get 42 fish, and we even happened to get a name tag, which you could say I'm very happy about. And speaking of things that I'm pleased about, I'm so happy with the area that we have here. It's the perfect start with our pond and our tent and our wagon over here, along with our sailboat and our wonderful dock. But today we expand into new lands, which we'll talk about more. But as you can see, there's been a ton of progress made on the land of the happy campers. And so it's just about time for a round of wow, this is cool. 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 However, you, sir, are not so cool. Wow, this is cool. Wow, this is cool. It's all looking really, really cool. And I'm definitely itching to keep on making really cool things as well. But before we get to doing that, we have something very, very important to do.
I want slow love, uncomplicated touch, stable as we go, consistent as we grow. I want slow love, no need to rush. I'll say it in my dreams, strange as it may seem. I reminisce the codependence, the games that we played, lost our minds. 'Cause you got me thinking that possibly I've changed. I need slow love. Yeah, the real one. I've seen it in my dreams. Strange as you may seem.
It feels so good to have found you once again, Stella. You are the bestest girl, and I can't wait to have you for Lotus SMP. And now that Stella is back in her hands, it's almost time to expand the kingdom. But before we take a look at the area where we're gonna build, we're gonna start on collecting some materials.
People in therapy are often there to deal with people in their lives who won't go to therapy. I have a job, it's actually quite fulfilling. Though my hairline is thinning, I barely do anything else. I read self-help books, I do meditation, walks in the woods, a new destination. I sit with my feelings. Sometimes I'm even journaling. I got a full-time job, though no one pays me, and it's all thanks to you.
Well, it may be raining, but it surely feels good to be home. We've been going back and forth for hours and hours from the Badlands, and if we open this chest right here, you'll see that we almost have a full double chest of terracotta. You see, as discussed, we're going for an Italian theme this season, meaning that we're pretty much always going to be running out of terracotta. We're also going to need some brown wool, so I'm going to steal a couple of cocoa pods from Draconis' tent. Of course, I'll get back to replacing the seeds, and hopefully he doesn't notice. And while we're still here on the island, I did want to give a quick showcase of Ozcrafter Sim's incredible tent. The scale of this build is just incredible, and as we approach on the left, you can see that we have Dumbo, which is really well done. I love the eyes, and I love the cap that we have on his head too. We can walk inside, and you'll see what an incredible interior. I hear lots of running water, and I think if we go through these trapdoors, we can head down. There might be some villagers in a huge storage area over here too. You've got a bed and an ender chest already, and one thing that looks super cool is these leaves that we have here too. I'm not really sure which leaf type it is, but it completely adds the perfect texture in order to make a little tree. And we have a wonderful arch that gives a beautiful lookout into the sea. We also have Spidey's camper van nestled in right here. The attention to detail is just incredible, and I know that Spidey would love to have this in real life as well. It's got the perfect look out onto the water and a cute little interior that actually has some storage leading down below. I just saw the sign too. We have Sim is handsome. He is a mighty handsome chap, I would agree. And my, I've had such a blast on this happy camper island so far, but in order to get our building plans into action, we're gonna need a little bit more space. And although I had originally planned on staying where I ended up making that XP spawner, I think that I might want to move west, meaning that it's time to look for new lands. And look at that, just a random crafting table. Except wait a second, this is not okay. No. This won't do, this won't do. All right, let's think about what we're gonna say to them. Dear sir or madam, you have committed a level C offense, incomplete destruction of terrain. You have 1 week to chop the above tree and restore it, or you will be subject to a fine from OAT. And you may be asking, Slip, what is OAT? It's the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming. Because in these beautiful lands of Lotus, you can't just destroy a biome and leave it 90% unfinished. I mean, not like I just did that with the Badlands biome, but I think that we need an organization to keep people accountable for doing things just like that. And so we'll talk more about OAT later. As for now, we continue our search to find a land to call home. I'm not sure whether or not this is Skipper's place, but it looks so cool. I love how there's one sign that says, "Do not steal my dog, please." You got it, I won't do it. And I'm in love with the mushroom that we have to the left. There's so much detail just fit into this one place right here. And I've never really seen these little mushroom heads before, but they're really cool looking too. Although I have to say, this is not oat approved either. Well, there we go. Dear Sir or Madam, incomplete terraforming is a level C offense. You have 1 week to complete terraforming. Failure to do so within 1 week will subject you to a fine from oat. Right over here, we happen to have the Super Skipper storage unit with construction pending. I'm glad that he put it on the sign because we might have had to subject him to another fine here too. And besides this area right here where he hasn't filled in anything, this area is looking pretty oat approved. I just love the colors and I love the detail that we have with the build. And if we head inside, you can see that we have an interior right here too. And then we have the pooch as well. I wonder what his or her name is. We can head upstairs and I love the copper that we have all around. We have a little awning area right here with tons of awesome hanging signs, and we also have a note block too with a bed. We can head up this door right here, and then we have another look at what other people are doing around here, which speaking of, I say let's go and take a look. We've got another portal right here, and it says pineapple this way. Muffert must be over here somewhere, and then we have Cobb that way, and we have Skipper that way. Hanging signs really do just make everything look so much better, and it looks like we have something over here too. And this house right here is definitely not oat approved. We have a couple signs here. They say, "Hey Muffert, thanks for agreeing to giving your land. Sincerely, Sugma." And there's nothing in here too. This is totally not okay. Now this time we have a level A offense, an incomplete build transformation. Please fix or remove by this date right here, and failure to do so will result in a fine from oat. We also happen to have something over here too. I guess that Seaman was not here. And what is tall when it's young and short when it's old? I do have a response to this one, but I can't really respond in a video. And we also have a sign that says don't build here. And although I thought this island was oat approved, I did realize we have one dirt block that's just out looking here. Now this dirt block is a level D offense in a regular dirt block placement. Failure to fix by this date will result in a fine from oat. It looks like this area is starting to come together as well. We have a ship right here, which is really cool. I'm wondering if they're going to put on some sails or something else later on. And then we have a dock right here, and we have some stutter farms it looks like in the distance. We've got a pond with some fish in it too. They have a whole ton. And then a little enchanting area right here, and some more farms over in the distance. We have Bakak down here, and it looks like overall some really good infrastructure, and this place seems to be pretty oat approved as well. Finally, someone's on the right page. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we have finally found the spot. And man, does it look good. You'll see that we have this awesome valley where we can build tons of seaside Italian builds, and then eventually we'll get to working up on the hill too. We have a really pretty looking birch forest where we'll get to do plenty of work on the sides. And one of my favorite things is that we have this ravine right here where we can just sail right through, and it gets us to the rest of the members of the Lotus SMP. For example, our area is going to be this area right here, but then we have Yogi and we have Seaman and we have Cobb over here, we have Squid, we have Muffert, we have Skipper right here, Pineapple right on this island, and then we have Drift and Chan up here too. We head up to the coastline. I think that we can get a view from up top real quick too. Oh yeah, I think that this is totally the spot. And I gotta say, I cannot wait to build here, but I don't think we're gonna build in this area this episode. And I think that it might be a good idea to have the oat building pretty near spawn. So let's head on back to the island of the Happy Campers. And when we're ready to build, I'll check in with you then. And home sweet home. It feels really good to be back here. Although we're only going to be at the island for a brief moment, we can grab ourselves some of our diamonds, because over here at the end of the path, over by Maddie's house, we have Shaden's enchanting tent. We have his mailbox right here and an awesome looking horse, but in this tent we have tons of different enchanting books. Or maybe not, he might be out of stock. But regardless, this is a really cool tent and we'll have to come back here to get a mending book at some point. And then I have one other special thing for Skipper. It sounds like Skipper's been looking for some donations for terracotta, and so hopefully he'll be happy to see this care package. But no more milling around, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time to get to building. An official welcome to the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming. As you may be able to see around us, the entire idea behind this organization is to make sure that everything has been completed in an area. It's okay to leave the occasional space, but it has to make sense, and every part of your building area must have an idea or a purpose behind it, even if that purpose is only so that it looks good. This is definitely one of the wackiest builds that I've ever made. The roof is slanted in 3 different ways, and really every look at it is kind of just at an odd angle, which I think can kind of look a little bit weird if you're too close, but if we get farther away, you'll actually notice that it makes the roof of this house look really, really cool. It works especially well with the light work as the sun sets in the distance, and I think that we can head inside to take a quick look at the interior as well. And eventually I'm going to decide to do something with all of this storage area. Maybe this is where players can deposit their finds. Although if I'm being honest, the idea isn't just to find people, but it's to encourage everyone to make their area look as good as possible, or at least that's the way that I see it. We just have some random decorations to fill in the area and make it look unique, and we have some pots right here with some shrubs inside as well. And if we head out the back door, of course, we're met with the back of the island, but with plenty more fish to catch. It's just about time that we stuck our reel back in the water. I'll be catching a fish for every like on this video, so if you've enjoyed, please do consider leaving a like, and we'll have to see what the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming does in the next episode. It's safe to say that we've been making some steady progress around the server. However, it seems like some people in the community are quite dissatisfied with the finds from last week. And since the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming isn't yet fully formed, we've had to keep things on the down low. Oh, what are we doing over here, y'all?
Slip. We're looking at all the oat signs. But is that something that you have to do with?
Hey, do you know what the oat is? Like,
I have really no idea.
I've been calling it Operation Annoying Time because they're annoying.
We've gotten like these warnings and such from them to do something.
And like, what's
in a
worse,
week
a level D or a
towards
level
it.
C or a level A or a level
Or
B?
A. Like,
Level A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. How many levels can there be?
I don't know, this organization doesn't seem pretty organized.
No.
level D offense, irregular dirt block placement.
Well, I've heard, it's rumored, it's the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming.
So you're not part of it, you say?
No, I mean, I've heard the acronym. It's been shouted around the server a little bit, but I don't know anything else besides that. I did hear a pretty cool building ended up popping up.
I think he's the reason it exists.
I
I think it's him. That is.
You're
that is
you're
true.
acting like I'm a part of this oat thing.
I am positive that you might be.
It is the 12th of July, meaning that the fines that we gave out last week are now due, so it's just about time that we get some work done for the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming. We'll be coming up to Skipper's base first. Hey there, Skip.
Hello.
Happy Friday, my man. Hey, don't mind me, you keep doing your thing. Okay?
I'm just running around looking at stuff.
Okay, well, yeah, don't bother me. I'm just gonna hang around the base for a little bit.
Okay.
It looks like he still hasn't done anything about this. So totally not okay. Not oat certified whatsoever. We're gonna have to put a couple saplings right here. And hopefully, actually, we can change the sign as well. Make this guy the 19th now. And I say we get out of here before the phantoms end up coming. All right, Skip. Well, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Say maybe we should take a look at this building over here too. Doesn't look like much has been done on this area. Might be nice if someone slept for the night as well, because we have plenty of mobs in the area, both good and bad. But it looks like nothing has been done here either, so we're gonna have to place a couple more saplings around the area Hopefully they'll get the message. And last but very not least, we also have Pineapple's place over here. Let's see, has he done anything with this dirt block, this level D replacement? It looks like he hasn't, so we're gonna have to put a cherry sapling on here as well. Now that we've done what we need to do, we're gonna head on over to the Oat Island, where you see, I hear we've received a bit of a complaint. And land ho! I just love how this place looks. The Oat building definitely has a warm, cozy interior too. We'll head inside through the double doors and what has happened here? We have mushrooms all around, we have a squid head up here, and this book definitely hasn't been here either. We can pick it up and it says, complaint to our dearest friends at Odor. We, Muffert and Skipper, have received our violations from whoever may have come by. We believe that they are unwarranted and unnecessary. We would appreciate if you were to remove these false violations in return for our troubles. Give us a singular diamond block. Sincerely, Muffert and Skipper. So I think that we'll toss this guy into the water, because this guy slips sees a violation when he sees one. Years in the trade I've been here at the Organization for Aesthetic Terraforming. How dare you say that this was a mishap? How dare you say that it was my error instead of yours? Now this is why we give cherry sapling fines. Let people know when they see a 100% completed build, because a fully completed build will never have these pink petals around. And so let's clear out these mushrooms and we can place our sapling right here, just as testament to this is what happens when you mess with the Oat building. Yes, destruction of Oat property is an Oat fine as well. And be careful because you'll get hit with a cherry sapling. Now speaking of aesthetic terraforming, I've been doing a lot of that to get us ready to move into our new home. So I say let's head and take a look at that. So as you can see, we have a massive mineshaft leading almost 1,000 blocks underground from my base over to Skipper's, and it also goes over to Cobb's too. I've connected the entire thing, as you see, with tons of mineshafts. Going through this tunnel saves me almost 5 minutes of time transporting myself. And there's gonna be a secret to this tunnel. There's already an entrance over by Skipper's place and by Cobb's place, but they don't know about it yet. If they happen to find the entrance, then they're more than welcome to use this mineshaft and get over to my base. But unless they make it to this point in the video, they have no idea that this mineshaft ever existed. And I guess there goes the minecart. But as you can see, we've done thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks worth of work because we have a year to play in this server, and without using elytras, this is going to be a much more efficient way to get to and fro and from point A to point B in the server. I mean, don't get me wrong, we will have a pair of elytra, although at this rate of progress, we better get ready to start building a starter house. And we're going to start getting into our Italian build, which means we're going to need a whole ton of quartz. Many hours later, and you can see that we have a little bit more progress done. Well, actually, the progress can be kind of hard to see over here. we can head in over by where this gravel block is. We can head on down and we'll be met with a bit of a villager trading hall. We have our Fletchers and we have tons of masons all around here. And over by this storage area, we have a villager breeder too. We have some babies hanging out and eventually we'll get them in this area here. And they've been giving us a lot of the materials that we have in these chests over by the hill. Over in this chest to the left, we have all of our building blocks. We have bricks and we have copper and we have tons of quartz along with some terracotta as well. And we'll also be needing some diorite for a foundation on this build. You'll see in the cinematic that we ended up making another portal, but I instantly realized it was going to take forever to get ourselves enough quartz to make the build. And so I was able to take a couple of villagers from Cobb, whose base is really starting to come together, I must say. So let's go and take a look. And so we have arrived at Cobb's. We'll head up the ladder, and within just a couple of blocks or so, we'll arrive at Cobb's base. He has a cool looking iron farm right here, which definitely seems to be treating him well. And over here on the hill, we have a wonderful medieval sort of observatory looking build. I love his use of all of the different tough blocks, and taking a look from the front, it just looks so perfectly right over the seaside. However, this place also really shines in its interior. We have an awesome spiral staircase with all of the tough walls that we can actually head up. I haven't gone up here before, where we can be met with a cozy little enchanting area. And if we continue all the way down the spiral staircase, we'll actually be met with a little bit of a trading area too. I have come around here and I've been using these villagers a little bit for my own trades, but we have tons of storage over here and we also have a bit of a map wall too, and this thing is huge and I am right over here just beyond the map. It seems like everything is nicely nestled into the entire area, so I do gotta say this entire space is OAT approved as well, which there we go, Cobb, that's what I'm talking about. And so we'll leave Cobb's house. I'm sure we'll be back here in the future. And before we build a home for ourselves, I did want to take a look at one other build that's popped up here in the Lotus SMP. That is after a brief commercial from Slips Terracotta. All of the best things in life start with a T. Think about toys, think about Twix, think about Tony's Pizza from my hometown. In Minecraft, T is where the W is at. Welcome to Slips Terracotta, where we have the best terracotta around town, and for the best prices too. So come to Slips Terracotta. It's what the true crafters do.
Please note that all sales made at Slips Terracotta are final upon purchase. Slips Terracotta takes no responsibility for workplace injury. Customers are advised to handle products with care and follow proper safety guidelines. Slips Terracotta is a business under the provision of the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming. For any inquiries or any further information, please contact more.org.
Well, this definitely isn't part of the tour, but I do see another awesome building right here, and I'm not exactly sure whose it is, and we don't have permission to enter, so I'm just gonna say, wow. That's cool. We'll stop on by once we get a chance to know who built that awesome build. It looks like we have Draconis' villagers right here. I'm not sure if it's a package deal, and I wonder if he got them from Cobb or from somebody else. But I do know how game-changing it was when I was able to get some villagers myself. And out of the woods, we appear at Draconis' base, as we know, with the dragon banners right over there. And gosh, I was able to see this thing in a video this morning, but it looks even so much better in-game. That's definitely one of the cool things about being able to play with other people. You get to see what they built in game, and it just looks so much better than anything you could imagine on YouTube. We have a little bit of a honey farm right here, and I'm gonna need to be making one of those pretty soon, along with a wool farm with all the different colors of sheep and some bamboo with some wheat over here as well. But this over here, ladies and gentlemen, is what the show is all about. What an incredible build. We have Draconis' black dog right here, black for a specific reason too. You'll have to check out his video in order to understand why. And we also have a black stallion right over here on the right, along with a little bit of a drinking area, a little bit of a pen for the horse. It looks like Draconis has done a wonderful job using tons of tough bricks right here, and then we have some quartz leading up into the sky and some mangrove roof outlinings. And over here on the left, we have a little bit of a wood felling area that so nicely leads into a corridor where we can enter his base. We'll open the door and it looks like we have a bit of a storage area right here. Look how cool that ender chest looks. And then some more storage with all of the important goodies over here, where we can head down to the bottom floor where we have all of the bits and bobs as well. Over here on the other side of the house, we have a little bit of a chill out area, much more comfortable, and we have some bookshelves with tons of banners with Draconis' dragon right on top, and then some storage with a map wall, which I know he has locked in. I'm assuming that he's probably gonna update the map as things go on, and I'm totally here to see the progress. Over to the right, we have Draconis' bedroom, which is quaint and minimalist, and I like it as the sun sets. And then we have a little bit of a living room area that overlooks a desk that leads out with a wonderful view as well. You can drop down, where we'll be met with a nice cozy fireplace, and then an enchanting area over here which is nicely fit into the ground. I gotta say, the attention to detail on the interior here is quite impeccable as we pull up into a custom brewing area with its own brewing stand and all of the kits and gadgets that you would need in order to make some potions. We have a dining table over in this room and then even more storage with some important things it seems like over in this area. The moon is starting to rise, but we're gonna stay for the night outside and let's see, has Draconis made any oat mishaps? I'm sure that he has plenty more to do in this area right here, so everything here is okay. It looks like the crop fields are perfectly filled out, that works too. And the same thing applies in this area here. You can tell that there's a path that leads to the nether portal, and I like how it's nice and worn. And we have the same thing leading right up to the well, where we have some stone blocks that are leading right into the path, meaning that everything here at Draconis' base is oat approved as well. What is going on with the other folks? This is a beautiful base, while other people can't even seem to fix a singular dirt block. Now this is truly one incredible base, and it's definitely making my building gears start whirring. So let's see if we can make ourselves something pretty special as well. Man, it can be so fun to mess around with your depth of view with your shader pack settings. We can step back for a second, and I do have to say, I've cooked. This build was so expensive, but I think it's absolutely worth it. We have tons of copper trapdoors, and you'll see that in the walls right here, we actually have iron. So as you can tell, we're gonna have quite the expensive build theme for the season. We have our sign to let everyone know that this is our build here, and as the sun begins to set, we have another pond with some more fish in it too. I love this arch that we have going on, and we're gonna continue to work into this area over here. And I assure you that we've gotten to work with an interior down below here, along with up these stairs through the doors. You can see that we have tons of stuff over here too. And we can even go up one more floor as well, where we'll find our bedroom area with an armor stand right here, and then our bed with an amethyst shard just to show that this is our home. We can head all the way up to the top where we'll be met with an awesome sunset. You can also see that down in the ocean area, we've gotten to work doing something else too, which is going to be a part of next week's video. I never do this, but if you're enjoying the series so far and you want to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. And if you're really enjoying it and you want to get some early access to the next episode, consider becoming a member. I couldn't be more pleased with everything that we've done so far, and we have even bigger things coming soon.
I feel like I've been here before, familiar with the view. This ain't nothing new. And every time that you walk through the door, I'm hit by the same old side, blinded by the lights, and I'm going through changes, but it's easier with you. I'm going through changes, and so are you. I live for the moments when you're around me. I know you've got secrets, but I can't keep on. And we're fading in and out together. The fuse wide open, stuck in the moment. The fuse wide open, stuck in the moment. The fuse wide open, stuck in the moment. When I'm with you, I am not myself. You bring out the best in me, the side I know you can see. And I don't need any other help than you standing by my side, if only for a while. I'm going through changes, and so are you.
Well, I must say, the replay mod cinematic that you just saw was probably the most fun that I've ever had playing Minecraft. We had an awesome event at the FFC, and then we ended up going end busting with everybody on the server. But man, was it a ton of fun, and honestly, some of the most fun was to be had in the spawn room, which A huge shout out to Jeb and Sim for making. Gosh, it was good looking. But before we go and do a little bit of exploring for the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming, I did want to show you the arena that we have for the FFC. You can see that all of our platforms are built in so that they're level with the line of water, which is a really cool aspect to it. We have our stadium bleachers with some hanging signs to kind of differentiate and divide the two halves. And then we can hop right here across the lily pad where you'll see that each player has a little area where they can spawn and then they can grab one fish, which they can use to play the game as we saw, along with one extra crafting table just for some extra decoration. And then in the pit itself, of course, we have a pool of lava right here where you can place down the trapdoors and you can hit your opponent with the fish and whatnot, and you get some extra points if you get into the lava here. And it was fun having this little podium too. A great little lookout at everyone that was hanging out here at the FFC. Anyway, as the sun sets on our beautiful little area over here, we have a little bit of work that we need to do for the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming. It's officially July 20th, meaning that we've given everyone an extra day, so hopefully everything that we have around to the Lotus SMP has been fixed up. And so we arrive at Pineapple's place. It looks like he has terraformed the entirety around his island. But the question here is, can he get around to fixing that dirt block? It looks like the answer is no. And we have one wooden block right here too. I don't know if he's just trying to play with me, along with these two nether wart blocks as well. We, of course, cannot stand for that. But I actually happen to be out of cherry saplings, so we're gonna have to take down this tree first. You can see that Mafert over in this area is doing something incredible, and I have no idea what this terraforming project is going to be, but I'm definitely excited to see what it is. And I have no idea what all of these boats are for. Of course, you could think that I could give a cherry sapling violation here, but that would just be mean, because he really is doing some really incredible work. I mean, his wheat field goes further than you can see in my render distance, and the skill of this massive terraforming project, which has only come up in like a day or two, is just astounding in my opinion. So I really can't wait to see what comes next. We can take a look and see if Skipper has made any developments as well. Of course, nothing here, so we're gonna have to place down a couple more cherry saplings, and even one up here as well, along with some pink petals around the area too. And I think that that will do the trick. We'll change the sign to the 27th here as well. And let me warn you all, it only gets worse from here. Let's take our boat and we can see what everyone else is up to here on the server. We're coming up upon a quaint, cutesy little cottage over here. I've wanted to check out this area in the past, and I'm glad that we get the opportunity to do so now. I'm not exactly sure whose build it is, but I love the differentiation that we have with the crops here in this little crop field. It's definitely a little bit more organized than the way that I like to do my crop fields, but I love the way that these sorts of fields look too. We can head over in this direction and we can open the fence gate and we'll enter their house, where we can be greeted with a llama head up here for whatever reason. They have a pet dog right over here. I stepped on that pressure plate and it definitely scared me. And we have a smelting area right over here. It looks like a little bit of a crafting area too, where we can head upstairs to an ender chest and a brewing area too, along with a lectern. And I'm assuming, yep, a bedroom here too. I love the use of the moss that we have and the hanging trapdoors too. And they really seem to have a lot of materials that I don't happen to have myself. Also, the design that they have on this table here with the stairs is really cool too. We can open the door and we'll exit to a little bit bit of a nether wart patch, and they have a path right here that comes all the way down to the water. Everything looks really pretty here. It doesn't look like anything's out of place. That is, except for these two dirt blocks here. And there we have it. We have an oat violation, a level D offense, and a regular dirt block placement. Failure to remove or replace by 72724, I don't mean 25, will result in a fine. But for now, we head back in the direction of the island of the happy campers. Now as the sun begins to set, we're going to come across Mild Maddie's base. As you can see, she has a panda in the dock right here, and one of the coolest looking bases in my personal opinion that we have on the server. We have a cool little awning that looks onto the water, and then a nice balcony over here that looks at the island of the happy campers, where Luma has actually come in and she's built a bridge over here. We have a nice grand entrance to her house, and we can open the door, and you'll notice that she has a pink sheep in here. That's so cool, along with a fancy modern looking interior. And we can head up these cool stairs that we have right here to the second floor, which is outlined with wool, and I think that something happened to have happened to the sheep right here, but we won't ask any questions. I will applaud her. These banners right here that we have on the copper blocks look really cool, and it looks like we have a storage area right here. We can open the door, and we have an awning that once again has a beautiful lookout to the rest of the island. The same happens to apply on this side right here, and just what a wonderful, like, realistic looking deck area. I must say I am quite impressed, and she's even gotten around to doing the backside of the cottage, and we have an iron golem right here with whom I should probably be careful about. Maddie happens to have a little path that has rooted dirt right here too. I'm so jealous. I spent a long time looking for rooted dirt and I just really couldn't find any. Everything is detailed around in this area here, and I think that this corner right here that leads into Maddie's farmland is one of the best that we have in the Lotus SMP so far. It's completely detailed. It's so cozy. It's just so nice to be in this area. It seems like a little bit of an escape away from everything else. And she has a little area where she's definitely been harvesting spruce logs over here. We have animals and pumpkins and melons over here, and I can't find a block out of place, which in my opinion is a really, really good thing. Well done, Maddie. I'm quite impressed. And as we head along to our stutter home, we'll head under Luma's bridge right here, which you can see is wonderfully decorated with tons of stone bricks and some andesite as well, and it really makes the whole area come together too. It is always good to be home. We're gonna stop around the island and see if anything's out of place, and if there is, I'll check in with you, but I don't think there is gonna be anything. You can see actually by the replay mod cinematic that I'm showing you right now that we did a little bit of work on the Happy Camper Island with installing a path over here, and you can see that Sim actually ended up leaving a sign. He said, "I love this path, please continue it to my tent," which is something that I would definitely love to do. I have no problem doing so, and it looks like he's actually down there over by his tent, so I'd be more than happy to do that in the future. But if I'm being honest, although everything is looking really good around here, it doesn't really seem like anything has changed around the island. I'm sure that Sim is up to doing some really good things over there, but we're not going to bother him at the moment. For now, before we get to doing some building of our own, we're going to get back on our boat because I have one really cool build that I want to show you all. You see, I've had to bring us back in early. I was taking my chest boat down through Captain Pineapple's incredible bridge right here, and I actually happened to give him a sign and a compliment on it as well. But then I come around to this area right here, and you can see that there's nothing supporting this bridge. It's just a bunch of slabs with no support, and so it's time to place down the pink sign. This time, we have a level P offense, incompatible block placement, designation P. Failure to fix by 72724 will result in a fine from Oat. I'm hoping that he gets the message sometime or another. And here we arrive back at Slips Terracotta. We have the best terracotta for the best prices too. So come to Slips Terracotta, it's what the best crafters do. But anyway, I'm gonna stop waffling and let's take a look at Cobb's incredible build. The tornado dome that he made is just so good looking. I don't know why we're going down, but you can see that it just looks like the wind from a tornado is pulling all of the blocks off the roof of this building. Here on the sign, we have Cobb's wind and fire and stuff. Let's open the door, we can head inside, and he's always quite good with interiors. We have tons of different storage items on the walls over here, where we can buy blaze rods with 3 diamonds per 16, along with magma cubes with 2 diamonds per stack, and I'm sure tons of other bits and bobs coming soon. We're gonna take out our diamonds, and it looks like we still have some in stock. It's gonna be 3 diamonds per 16. So I say let's take 2 stacks, and we'll place 6 diamonds in there. Each stack of the magma cubes right here is going to be 2 diamonds, so we'll take 2 stacks right there and we can place in our remaining diamonds. They say it's always good to support the locals, and look how cool the roof of the building is too. There's actually chests up here, which kind of makes me think, is this a parkour course? I'm not sure, but I know that I'm not going to be the only person trying this out. But a huge well done to Cobb. He has done such an incredible job on the shop, and if you think so too, I'd recommend heading over to his channel and hitting subscribe. He just hit 1,000 subscribers, and he's definitely worth checking out. And as you can see, we still have tons more work to do over at Slips Tea compared to this build that we have over here. But that's okay, because for now, our plan is to go and improve the path over by the Happy Campers. It'll come as no surprise to many of you that I got a bit carried away. The path extends all the way to Sim's tent over here, but I actually continued it all the way to the campfire area too. I also put these lampposts all around the area where the path is, which I think looks really cool. But I do want to say that these lampposts are not my own design. To find these lampposts, I looked up Minecraft lamppost online. And quickly, before we get on to the big task of the day, I did just want to show you all of the fish that we have in this barrel. So far, we have caught 193 fish, whereas the last 4 videos on the channel have accumulated 615 likes. I can't begin to explain how thankful I am for you taking the chance on me as a small Minecraft creator. Once again, I have cooked, and I'm absolutely in love with the designs that we have. We have a custom little path that leads right through the hill, alongside a custom well that has a goat horn right here on an item frame. We were able to get the goat horn on a stream, which I've been having so much fun doing, by the way. Thank you so much for everyone that comes out to hang out at stream. I really love hanging out with you all. But of course, the show is all about our new storage house, which is the perfect addition right next to our starter house. We have our custom lanterns right here, and on the side of the house, we have a custom steampunk little like armor thing, which I think looks pretty cool, and it's a nice little accent piece to the build. You can see that we have a massive valley of 2 tall flowers, and it leads over to the side where we actually happen to have a custom tree, which is the first custom tree that I've ever made. You guys are gonna have to let me know what you think of it in the comments below. We used a mix of spruce and dark oak leaves and tons of slabs and fences in order to make little branches on the tree. And gosh, everything is just really starting to come together here. We can head inside our new storage house and you'll see that everything is nice and organized. We have our woods over here and our plant items over here. And then we have a second floor with tons of cherry saplings, kind of giving a testament to oat, who I assure you is on the rise. On this level, we have tons of different bits and bobs. And on the top floor here, we have tons of extra materials that we don't really need. And I must say, it's a whole ton of storage for not a lot of space, but it seems to be doing us well so far, or at least until we see how big we're gonna go in the next build.
No hubiera pensado que yo me iba a enamorar, jamás no quería saber nada más, nunca más. Pero vos apareciste de repente y me hablaste con una voz tan dulce que perdí la razón y mi corazón. Ay, amor, no te preocupes, que yo siempre he de quererte, de amarte y admirarte. Ay, amor, no te preocupes, lo que siento yo por vos es cada vez más fuerte. Yo pensaba que esto del amor ya se me había pasado y que no era para mí nunca más. Pero el amor llega así, de esa manera, cuando uno menos se lo espera. Se abrió la puerta y sin pensar dejas entrar el amor. No te preocupes, que yo siempre he de quererte, de amarte y admirarte. Ay, amor, no te preocupes, lo que siento yo por vos es cada vez más fuerte.
Golden light pours through the blinds, wash away the worries like a winding tide. Yesterday left far behind, your sweet scent fills my lungs open wide. In this soft light, troubles fade away with you. No need for words to say your love, a gentle breeze that carries me through. I give up the world, the moon, the sky. For you, I'd reach so high. Across the ocean, I'd soar with pride. For you, I give up my dreams, my hopes, my view. For you. What more could I ever do? I give up the world, the moon, the sky. For you,
I'm sure it'll come as a surprise to none of you that I got a little bit carried away. We've been up to a whole lot here on the Lotus SMP, and there's a bunch of new things at the base as well. We have a bit of a jump machine right here from Cobb, and the way that it works is we just stand in the middle. We can walk onto this thing, and it's going to shoot us up into the air. And although we land, we're never going to take any fall damage, which I've got to say is addicting to use, and I really appreciate this gift that we have from the man himself. And speaking of upgrades to the base, we actually have a couple of statues here as well. We have Cobb and I just hanging out, lounging in front of our little pond, and it really couldn't fit in with the area better, as it brings so much more life to this little area. And gosh, am I in love with how this place is coming together. If we head over to our custom tree, you'll notice that I've extended the path very long along the way here. I've done the normal decoration that I always do with our custom lanterns, and we have some 2 tall flowers on the left. On the right side here, we have a huge wheat field, which is actually really nicely blocking the cave that we're going to get into maybe in the second half of this year. We have some pretty big plans on the other side of the mountain, but before we get to that, we have so much more work to do on this area. You can see that we have another crop field right here, and then at the end of our village, we actually curve the path around and it continues in this direction, where you'll see we're kind of met at an impasse. We're going to be extending this path all the way over to Cobb's base, which is quite far away if you can tell. And I definitely want to do something incredible in this area, which is going to be the plan for today's episode. But before we get off to doing that, you might have a question for me, which is, Slip, what happened to your skin? To which my response to you is the following cinematic. Slip here. Others know me as the most handsome man in the world. If you like bodacious builds, cinematics, and an impeccable sense of humor, well, I'm the man for the job. You could even say that I'm your boy. Regardless, one thing's for certain. You better not slip up. You can see that I'm officially a member of the Purple Paparazzi, an MCC team composed of myself, Mild Maddie, Just Zay, and Banana Boy. And we're going for the throne, so watch out the rest of you Lotus SMP members. We'll be taking you out in the Minecraft Championship. But if we head over to our mailbox right here, we can actually head inside and you'll see that we've received our first bit of mail. So in order for you all to understand this message, this is a conversation between me and Cobb from a long time ago. You see, Cobb has a very, very luscious beard, and being a curious guy, I wanted to ask him what type of beard lotion did he use. We were told that the key is pure unfiltered bacon grease, along with a little bit of gravel as well. And as you can tell, I've been trying it out. How does my beard look? Has it grown any bit? You'll have to let me know in the comments below. So I told Cobb that I would give it a shot, and Cobb told me that he heard that Maddie has a pig, so she may have bacon at some point in the future. Now I know that pig. It's the lovely pig Margaret, and I think that Cobb may be right. She may have some bacon on her soon. Now we'll get back to Cobb's message in the future, but for now, there is still one thing that I have to tell you, and that is that I am now a man's that is in debt. I was horrifically defeated in the second match of the FFC against Spidey, and his punishment is manual labor, so you'll have to expect some sort of collaboration between me and Spidey coming soon. However, there has been a whole ton of things going on around the server, and so we have something very important to do. And here we are at Drift's base, which I've got to say is just so cool looking. He's building in a post-apocalyptic theme this season. And as you can see, he started off with a wonderful looking gas station. I mean, these actually look like real gas pumps. And the whole design itself, just fitting into the jungle, matches everything perfectly. We can head inside his starter base and you'll notice that he has a little bit of a garage area here. We have his cute little pooch and of course a little statue of Cobb as well. We we can head through the door and you'll notice that he has another interior area as well. We have our ransacked cashews counter, which clearly has almost nothing left in it. And clearly these are the aisles where you'd get all of the goods that you could at the Smart. On the outside, we have little eddies, little ponds of water here, except for I think that we've happened to have run into a little bit of a problem. In a regular stone block placement, this block here cannot stay. Alright, let's see if Pug has been up to any good cleaning up the area. I mean, at this point, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Right here, we have a level A violation. Unaesthetic block placement. Be sure to fix this area by 8/12/2024 or suffer a fine from Oat. I say, while we're at it, why don't we check up on Spawn Island? Man, there is a whole ton of development going on in this entire area. We have Rad's Shulker Box shop right here. We can head inside to find a little bit of a shop area. There's tons of chests all over the place, and all of them have shulker boxes, which is definitely something that I've never seen. I've actually never used a shulker box before. We'll take a look at the lantern and it says, "Welcome to the shulker shop." The prices are 1 shulker for 1 diamond or 3 shulkers for 2 diamonds. Place all payments in the chest to your right. We also have a special one-time offer. A shulker filled with shells is up for grabs. This will produce 864 shulker boxes. That would cost 64 diamond blocks retail price. Special price $25. Diamond blocks sold. Well, I guess that we missed out, but given the fact that I only have 8 diamonds to my name, I guess we can't do anything either. We also have this really cool looking Skulk theme shop, which is aptly named the Skulk Shop. We can head inside and it's kind of creepy with all of the skulk noises and the shriekers going off, but as you can see in this barrel right here, we have tons of skulk for sale. Upstairs, we happen to have shriekers, sensors, Skullveins, and glow lichen, and given the fact that I don't see any prices in the shop, I might as well take a little, right? We have a sign right here that says try me, and so I might as well do it. And you can see right over here, we have even more enchanted books. This is Mild Maddie and Shaden's area over here, and they have some pretty good prices in terms of getting the books that you want for a cheap amount of diamonds as well. Apparently in this house right here we can message Draconis for bulk orders, except for once again I happen to be a very, very poor man, so we'll have to be coming to this shop in the future. We also happen to have this really cool looking slime wagon right here. I don't know who made it, but I really like the design. We also happen to have another wagon right here which happens to have a turtle on it as well, and so an official welcome to the milk zone, where you milk an enemy and make a friend. From here, you can buy tons of sheep's milk, and it's 1 diamond per 3 stacks of sheep milk, which I've used before, and I gotta say, it's quite tasty, and it goes for a pretty good price as well. And I say that while we're at it, why don't we take a look at Slip's terracotta as well? In our terracotta chest, we can open it up, and we have tons of diamonds, although I think that they might not have paid for all of the stacks, but I'll definitely take 6 diamonds in my pockets. It looks like no one's taken anything in our brown terracotta chest, and if we open the yellow terracotta chest, we actually do happen to have a ton of sales, giving us a net total of 16 diamonds, meaning that this guy Slip is no longer poor, and we're gonna have to restock this area very soon, except for we still have a couple more Oat violations to give, I think. And well, we still have these cherry trees here, although the area is looking fire, and it looks like Pineapple has actually incorporated our cherry trees into his base as well. Now talk about freeform base design, am I right? Meaning that he's actually made the place look aesthetic. So for the first time ever in the history of Oat, we take down an Oat violation. Bravo, you have fixed your Oat violation, and I'm really quite impressed with this base as well. Pineapple has done so much with it. If you haven't seen his content, I totally recommend checking it out. But for now, I have a feeling that we're not yet done giving out Oat violations. We'll head on back to Skipper's place, where you can see that he hasn't done anything. He just keeps removing the cherry saplings, meaning that it's just about time for this man to meet the wrath of Oat. Now look at all of these cherry saplings. You're gonna have to chop all of them up. Suffer, Skipper, suffer. But anyway, I think that we still have one more violation to give out. Just as I thought, a random bridge out here in the forest. Well, this is just about as unaesthetic as could be. Well, hopefully this will teach them better. But we've been giving out a lot of fines today. I say let's take to the skies, collect some resources, and get into making our build.
Hey, Slip.
Shram, how'd you get here?
You're probably better off not knowing. Would you mind getting me some terracotta, though, for my hardcore world?
What's in it for me?
A singular potato.
A potato? No way. Have your gym do it for you.
All I'm saying is just think about it, man. You're going to get a whole potato just for some terracotta. I think it's a pretty good deal.
Thank you so much for taking the chance on this small channel. And gosh, we have a beautiful looking bridge right here. Except before we go and explore the bridge, I think it's just about time that we fix up our garb. We can head inside to our storage closet. Make sure that we close the door, of course. Gotta make sure that my hair is looking all good. And now I think that that's a whole ton better. As you can see, our beautiful path now expands a couple hundred blocks in this direction. We have our wheat fields over to the right and our 2 tall flowers over to the left, along with our awesome lampposts over in this direction. The pathway continues all the way over to the curve over here. And yes, I may have over detailed, but I'm a big fan of Wax Fraud, and if you like his builds, you'll understand my building style as well. And eventually, we'll come across our brand new bridge. I'm going to be getting rid of this storage area in the future, but you can see that we have a nice expanse over to the rest of the area. It'll come as no surprise that I use tons of pots and plants, and having the iron bars with the trapdoors kind of gives a unique look to the bridge. We can jump on down into the drink, and from this look, you'll see all of the time that I ended up putting into making these unique arches all around the bridge. This design definitely took me a little bit of time to figure out, but honestly, I couldn't be happier with it, and I'm not sure, I may want to come back to this area at some point in time and kind of decorate the water area around here. We could also transform the island that's overlooking this bridge, and one of my favorite things about the whole bridge is all of the 2 tall flowers that we have leading off to the waterfall. We can fly away, and you'll see just how good of a view we get of this bridge. And my, did it take a long time to make this build. I wasn't expecting for it to take just as long as it was going to, but now that we have it here, I couldn't be any happier with it. And so that leaves us to everything that we can do for this week. Gosh, this area is totally starting to come together. But now, as you may have guessed, it's just about time to get back to work. As always, we've been having a ton of fun here on the Lotus SMP. We ended up exploring the trial chambers with Cobb and with Spidey, which I must say was so much fun. I had a total blast doing it, and we ended up streaming the whole thing. You're more than welcome to take a look at the VOD on my third channel. And better yet, we actually ended up being unscathed as well. After running an ominous trial, we all ended up surviving, which is a total win, because now I have tons of gits and gadgets to use in our future builds. And gosh, am I excited for the build that we're going to be making this week. We're going to be building a medieval tavern, but I did want to show you I've done a little bit of work between episodes. And if we hop into Cheaty Cam real quick, you'll see that we have a miniature Dan, and he's actually holding a fishing rod as well. Hopefully he's been having a good day's catch. And over in this area, I definitely do want to be making some sort of tower at some point, except for that is not yet in the cards. I'm back to working full time, so we're going to have to focus on one build at a time. But that's more than okay with me, because I know what happens when you do a little bit of work every single week and see it compound on one another. And so if you're here for that journey, consider leaving a like on the video. But really quickly, if we head on down to our well over here, there's one other thing that I wanted to show you all. We have Draconis, and he's going for my goat horn right here. I think it's so funny, and originally I actually had Draconis on this pillar right here, but someone ended up coming over to the base and moving him so that he's reaching for the goat horn. It's so creative, and I just love it. However, the date of recording this is August 12th, meaning that it's been exactly 1 week since we've given out the last oat violations. So let's take out our cherry saplings, put our rockets in hand, and get to work for the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming. We are approaching Cobb's base, and you can see that he has been doing a whole ton of work in this area. This place used to be an entire mountain, and now it's just completely flattened out. And Cobb is online, but he's AFK, meaning that we could mess with him at some point. But our job is for the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming at the moment. And so we can walk around, but he's actually done a really good job flattening out the entire area. He even happens to have a creeper and a pig in one boat as well. I say that it's better that we don't get too close to these guys. We do happen to have a little bit of a dirt hill right here, and you'll notice that if we, oh, I was so close. I thought that was going to be an oat violation, but it seems like that block fits its purpose. Which rats, I was really hoping to try to get to Cobb this time, but I must say everything, the entire expanse that you can see over here, down to his iron farm and his house area over here, everything seems to be good, except for I take back my words. We have some sort of leaf pile right here, and if we head over to this block, you'll notice that it kind of dips down into the cave, meaning that this is absolutely an oat violation. We're going to consider this a level B violation, an unesthetic bush placement. Failure to fix by 8/26/2024 will result in a fine from oat. As you can see, we're making a little bit of an upgrade to our oat fines. We have a miniature slip holding a cherry sapling, and my, it just looks so cute. But we have many more fines to give out, I'm sure, so back to the skies we go. We are officially coming up on Spidey's base, which I must say is kind of cute and quaint, or at least that's all I'll say about it. There clearly must be a massive farm underneath there because there are so many animal sounds as soon as you walk right here, and I can't tell if he just ended up terraforming, if this is rooted dirt or something like that, or if it's just a normal piece of dirt. I think we'll hold off on it for the moment. Walking around the area, I don't really seem to see anything out of place, so I guess that Spidey gets away scot-free this time, and it's time for us to keep on looking. We are heading over to Drift's base, and I don't really want to give any spoilers. This man is hard at work and is doing incredible things, and better yet, it seems that he's actually been listening to the oat protocols. He's taken down the stone block, and so, of course, we're gonna make him a cutesy little sign. Bravo, you have fixed your oat violation. And Drift, for your hard work, I want you to consider joining the oat team. All oat members get a 20% discount on terracotta. I say let's take a look at Buzzy and Chespy's base. On Buzzy's lighthouse, you'll see that we have a bit of an addition to Cobb's statue right here. I've placed myself holding a lasso and pointing at Cobb just like I'm gonna wrangle him down, which, speaking of Cobb, it looks like he might be in a little bit of trouble at the moment. So we're gonna go and see if he needs any help. He has done an incredible job with this place. I don't want to show any more because I don't want to spoil anything, but man, his place is looking awesome and I don't see any oat violations around. And also, I checked in with Cobb and it seems like he's okay. He even refused my enchanted mending book. That man has got some cash, I'm telling you all. But it's time for us to go and see if there are any more violations around. Now, we have to take a second to appreciate this build here. It is a Red Rocket from Fallout 4 made by Morg.org. And it is such an incredible build. His video and cinematic of making this build is impeccable. I highly recommend that you checking it out. And as you can see, the Red Rocket is really on par with how it looks in Fallout 4. Apparently we can't come in here because employees only, but I say why don't we head through the main door right here. We have a wonderful Fallout themed interior. And as you can see in these chests right here, Morg is selling rockets for diamonds, which kind of makes sense given the name of the shop, don't you think? And over right here we have the Red Rocket gas station. I think Morg did a wonderful job kind of making it fit into the Fallout universe. And there's really something incredible here with the smoothness that you have with the deep slate texturing right here, and then also with the brightness that you have with the custom trees. He did a really good job, except for there happens to be one problem, and that is this whole area right here. And as Cobb is saying in the chat right there, the terraforming is still pending, but this wouldn't be the organization of aesthetic terraforming if we didn't step in to make things look better. This is a level F violation. A floating build failure to fix by 8/26/24 will result in a fine from OAT, and I do think that it's a good thing that we're giving 2 weeks for everyone to try to fix their violations. Not only does it give everyone more time, but it also allows for me to do a couple of other things besides being detective on the server. So expect some exciting new things coming next week. But for now, I do want to check up on Pug's base. Now here we are at Pug's base, and as you can see, he has not done anything to fix his OAT violation, meaning that it's just about time to up the ante. Well, hopefully, this gives him the message, but ladies and gentlemen, it is almost time for the build, which of course can't happen without any resources. So I really do not like going into the Nether, but as you saw during the last replay mod cinematic, I ended up going into the Nether because we needed to make some smooth basalt, but little did I know that you can actually just make a basalt generator. Cobb just came by and plopped this guy at my base when I was AFK for like 5 minutes, and apparently you just place down the lava like here, and if I was to mine it, then the lava is going to make some more basalt. We have blue ice right here, and just the basalt. I think this is soul sand? Then some glass around it. And man, that would have saved me a whole lot of time. But before we get to building, there is one thing that I do want to show you. We can head inside our stutter house, and you'll notice in this chest right here, we have a song called Teach Me How to Build, which is by Avid MC, who is a wonderful Minecraft creator. And I'm going to start to play the song. Well, as you can see, this place is looking a whole ton different. The sugarcane farm has been dismantled. The animals have been defeated, which means one thing. It is finally time to get this tavern up in the air. Well, you could say that I have cooked. Standing in front of us, we have Slip's Tavern, which of course I have decorated to every square meter. We have our 2 tall flowers surrounding the entire area, and this time, to switch it up, I ended up using carrots instead of wheat. I think that it's nice to switch up the crop rotation, and this may be my favorite build that I've ever made, although man, was it a difficult build to make. For example, consider the palette of blocks that we used for this build. We have tons of copper and quartz and even end rods, and so it definitely took me a good amount of time to get the resources that we needed for the build. But here we have Slip's Tavern, where we can press the button and we can head inside to a wonderful looking interior. This tavern is vegetarian friendly, although it does happen to serve meat as well. We have end rods for a lighting source right here and tons of paintings all around. And if I'm being honest, these candles right here are supposed to be a brewing stand, but I don't happen to have any blaze rods, so we'll get to switching it at a later date. But I must say, I do love the tavern feel that we have here with the smokers and the blast furnace along with the drip faucet that we have right here. You can see that I ended up using a banner as a washcloth, and honestly it's the perfect little addition to add to the bar. We have even more of a seating area over here, and then we can head up the stairs to another floor over here. This area is supposed to be a large dining table, but in proportion to everything else that we have in the build, I think it's a little bit too large. But for my first shot at real interiors, I think that I did a pretty good job on this build. We can head past the dining room table, and over here we have a little bit of like a crane area. The idea behind this is that this is loading up the inventory that we're gonna need to have in the attic of this build. One thing that I did want to point out is my usage of copper trapdoors amongst copper grates. They kind of let light into the area, and if we step outside you would actually see that light seeps through into the build. But we can head upstairs and we're gonna have to duck our head and we'll head into the attic where we have tons of storage with all the materials that this tavern is gonna need. As always, I think it's decorated to a T, and I really do think that I cooked on this build. My favorite part definitely has to be the first floor, where we can actually sit on a slab and eat ourselves some food. But it is 9:41 on Friday night, and I hope to get this video out to you by 9:15 EST tomorrow morning, meaning that I have a whole lot of work to do tonight. If you've enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like on it, and if you like my content and you want to see more, consider taking a look at this banger video right here. Well, you could say that we're making some pretty steady progress. It's been one of those weeks where you feel like you're getting absolutely nothing done, but the truth about life is that little things can compound on one another. And so not only do we have a new path leading up to our spruce felling area, but we have a wonderful lake, little pond area here, which may undergo a little bit more detailing, by the way. We now have some brewing stands in Slip's Tavern, compliments to Spidey. And if we head to the front of our base, you'll see that there is no longer any sort of FFC. Bob and I will be getting along to building a better version of the FFC at some point in the future, but today we focus on a cozy home that's located right in this area here. However, I bet that it's no surprise to you that we have a couple other things to do before we get to doing that, and the first thing that we're gonna get to doing is putting something in this area here.
Free flowing, sailing with the wind, not
Well, as you can see, we got a little bit carried away. We have a wonderful stone path that leads all the way along a nice little pond and to a really cool and interesting build that we have here. The idea from this build came from my good friend Inca Builds, and it's kind of a challenge tower. Every single episode we'll head up to this bad boy and we'll be given a task that we'll have to complete within the episode. And our first ever task of the challenge tower, which is a name that is definitely subject to change. Our first challenge will be to build a graveyard, and we have a little bit more progress around the base as well. We can head into Slip's Tavern, and here, just past the dining table, we'll run along into a miniature cob that is working here at the tavern. This man just absolutely cooked. And I love the details that we have with all the barrels that he's picking up to store up into the attic. And Cobb's mob head is actually a wonderful part of a great lore that we're starting to have here in this kingdom. You see, Etat ended up giving a great backstory for our tavern over here. The idea for this place is that it's a little bit of a mom and pop sort of tavern. Cobb just happens to be a worker here, but we can head inside, and this area here is much more for the public. The dining room area here is a little bit more traditional and is saved for family matters. And as you can see, Cobb is over there and he's transporting materials into this awesome little attic area that we have to duck our head into. And I must say that this tavern is quite popular. It's pretty much poppin' at all times. And so with so many people wanting to head over into this area, we'll definitely need some more area to accommodate them. But before we get to housing more people, we're gonna need to put a house for the family that owns the tavern here. Except for, in order to do that, we're gonna need a little bit more basalt.
City of mine, how I love the city of mine. It never gets me down.
Just a little bit of time later, and we already have our basalt generator. You can see that it is quite bare bones, and we have cobblestone, which is something that I usually don't do. It definitely could look a little bit prettier, but we do have terracotta all over the ceilings and the walls. And if we close the door, you would have no idea that it looks absolutely atrocious in this area here. But this basalt generator is actually quite easy to use. We just start breaking the basalt, and when we start breaking that basalt, the farm is going to start off. We can stand here, and we can continue to just mine as the basalt comes along. And then to stop the farm, you just let it fill out if it keeps going. And although this might not be the biggest farm in the world, it definitely works for me. And I have gotten along to building a graveyard design in build school, along with I've moved over tons of materials so that we can prepare the area for our build, which is going to be going here. But it's just about time that we hit the skies because I need to head to Cobb's base for something important. His city is starting to look so cool, but we have something of interest over here. It looks like Cobb has resolved his oath violation, but he also is saying that I dropped this. I just think that this is so funny, and we're gonna have to do something about it at a later point in time. For now, we're gonna head into his base, and we'll take out some emeralds, because this guy is gonna be needing a ton of bookshelves. And so now, with our materials in hand, I say let's get along to building a graveyard.
Never let him get you down. Gonna make you stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도 않아. 'Cause I got my collection. 따뜻한 물에 bathe. 향기 가득한 로션 촉촉해져. My cocoa bomb. Oh, I don't care what they say. I like it, I go la 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 la. I like it, I just want.
With a little bit of bone meal here and a little bit of bone meal there, I think that this graveyard is really starting to come together. I think that the vibe kind of matches the steampunk theme that we have in the rest of the kingdom. And here we'll be putting a couple of important members to the sanctuary. We'll start off with Golden Recluse, who has just been an incredible person in the sanctuary recently. I really do appreciate your support. We're also going to put in Inca Raids, who has been a wonderful friend as of recent. We'll also have Indiana Architect in the graveyard as well, along with Break the Net. And I'm going to put Etat in here as well. I wish that I'd built it bigger so that we had more room for all of you. So we'll have to get expanding this graveyard at some point in time. But now, after long last, it's finally time to get to building.
one of my many skills. I'm making things up, all in my mind, 'cause
As you can see, the chef has been in the kitchen, and to be honest, this build came out even better than I thought it was going to. A grand introduction to the Jeffries house. We've of course used the same block palette that we've used around the rest of the kingdom, and you'll also see in the distance we have another house as well, but we'll be getting to that in just a second because it's time that we take a look at the interior. We have a nice little seating area where you can have a meal or two over here, and I've been continuing with this really cool looking steampunk theme for the interiors. We have some crafters right here, and I love the texture that you have on the side wall of them. And if we head up the ladder, of course, I've gotten around to making a little bit of a second floor too. We have the bedroom for one of the members of the Jeffries house. And on the lectern right here, we have our wonderful Comment of the Day book, which has been going since the 12th of July. And I'm excited to tell you that we'll have a new Q&A video on the second channel this upcoming Monday. But if we head out the side door, you can see that it really connects to the rest of the kingdom too. You see, the Jeffries are the owners of the tavern that we have around behind me, and it just makes sense to have a place to stay right next to where your work is. So we've continued the pathway along this way, and this is such a cozy looking cottage. I really am totally in love with this place. But the funny thing is, now that I'm back to working full time, it's actually been a full week since I've been in this world whatsoever. And if we continue along down this way, you'll see that we actually have a brand new house here too, which, let me be clear, this is not of my own doing. This awesome, lovely, incredible build belongs to Stellar Luma, who has taken up a wonderful looking residence over in our kingdom. As you can see, she's done a wonderful job with this build style, and I don't know what to call these copper things right here, but they really fit in well with the build. We can head inside and we can take a look at, ooh, a greatly done interior as well. It really is so friendly looking up here, and she's done a wonderful job with the interior upstairs as well. Luma, you are welcome here anytime that you like. And man, I gotta say, it's really cool coming up, and man, it's so fun to log in after a week and see a brand new build here. And if we take a step back, you can see that this place is really looking beautiful. But of course, it starts to rain. If you have any ideas on what we should call this kingdom, definitely leave a comment below. But as for now, I have a lot more work to do. I'm sure it'll come as a surprise to none of you that I've gotten up to a bit of work. Over next to Luma's incredible house, we have a path that's leading all the way over towards the graveyard. I think that I ended up doing a really good job about fitting this pathway into the environment. If we head on down and look up, you can see that it really slopes in well with the side, and our path continues along this area here, where of course I've decorated the entire thing with 2 tall flowers, and as you can tell, it completely just fills in the environment. I'm thinking that eventually we'll have a dock in this area, but the path continues along the side here with some incredible looks at the rest of the builds, and we can arrive at our graveyard, which is definitely one of my favorite builds that we've made so far. I think that I'd love to add a couple more graveyards for the sanctuary in the future, but today is not going to be the day for that, because today we are up to big things. We'll get around to building ourselves a better looking shop for Slips Terracotta, but not until we take a look at the challenge for this episode. We can head up the stairs and open the book, which says Task 2. build a redstone contraption at your base, which I definitely have an incredible idea for doing around here. However, that is gonna have to wait a little bit because this guy is tired of doing things the old school way in this world. You see, no disrespect to Cobb, but it can be quite time consuming just picking up and putting down blocks without any buffs, meaning that this guy is gonna get a beacon for the first time, which also means fighting the Wither for the first time, mind you. And I gotta say, I am quite nervous about it. So before doing anything, we're gonna go and collect some terracotta. That is after borrowing this guy right here. And so with a beacon in hand, I say let's get to work at harvesting some terracotta and fighting some wither skeletons. It's a good feeling to have a little bit of extra life in the area, but as you've seen, we had a wonderful stream where we went and got some terracotta and we also got some wither skeleton skulls. Or in reality, we didn't end up getting any wither skeleton skulls on stream, but I went hunting once again after stream with the actual pug and I ended up getting 2 out of the 3. And by the way, I do have to say that I love this tree that we have over next to our challenge tower, which is once again a name that is subject to change. But you may be wondering, Slip, how do you have 3 wither skeleton skulls then? And we happen to have 3 because the actual pug was generous enough to give us a 3rd one, to which I must say I can't begin to explain how thankful I am. And you'll see that over by the nether portal we have a bit of a water elevator design, which Pug ended up showing me, and I really just like how it looks. So we're gonna do what we can to make this area look even better, and we're actually gonna put our redstone contraption down here as well. So I say let's get along to doing that. Well, our portal has been transformed. Well, if we walk through the nether portal that is, you'll see that we have a welcome sign here, and if we step on this pressure plate, you'll notice that we get the music disc, Teach Me How to Build. And we can place it in here to play it, which I must say is a pretty rockin' theme song for the kingdom. But Pug ended up coming over and showing me how to use these pots as a sort of water elevator. We can head up the water chute and we'll fly up to the top where we can open a trapdoor. And you can see that it leads us all the way to a tunnel area here. I still haven't finished the floor, as you can see here, and also as we lead into the rest of the kingdom. But now is not the time that we're gonna get to doing it. You see, we have a wither to fight this upcoming Friday, and we'll be doing it live on stream. And since I've never done it before, you could say that I'm quite scared, and it's definitely something that I want to get geared up for. So let's get along to collecting some materials. Well, it's been a long time since the last cut in this world, but I must say we do have a good amount of resources in hand. It makes me sad to leave this incredible kingdom for a little bit of time, but we'll take to the skies because it's time to head to the shopping island. I will say as we head on there that I'm going to be building a windmill, and I do want to mention that I am going to be hanging up the towel for Oat. It's been a fun time time being a member of the Organization of Aesthetic Terraforming, but the truth is that it's been 3 weeks since I've had the time to check up on everyone's builds. Do let me know if you'd like for me to do a progress check for the next time that we hop into this world. Well, the truth is, I've been procrastinating on making this build, but we've been up to some good work here at the Kingdom. We have a wonderful extension of the path that leads right up to our bridge over here, and I'm a big fan of the way that it's turning out. We'll get to placing some lanterns here eventually, but I don't have enough copper for that at the moment, but that's okay. And I did want to mention a big thank you to both Cobb and Banana Boy for helping me on getting that beacon. I probably couldn't have done it without your help, and so I'm very appreciative. But although I want to get along to placing a bridge, a massive bridge in this area here, it's just about time that we stop procrastinating and get along to making this build. After long last, an official welcome to Slips Terracotta. I'm honestly really happy with how this build came out. You'll see that the style is looking different, and I ended up going with a bunch of different blocks as well. As we enter our little farm area, you'll notice that we have bamboo, and I have it stuck in place because we have string right here. And although a little bit more time consuming, I would say it's totally worth checking out the style. It definitely adds to the look of the area while keeping things tame as well. If we head over to the front side of the build, you'll notice that we ended up making this build into a windmill, which is something that I really wanted to do, and I know that it has nothing to do with terracotta, but I always wanted to make my own windmill. And if we hop into CheatyCam, I think that I did a pretty good job with it. We have a nice gradient of blocks with our mossy bricks and our moss going into some packed mud. And you'll notice that the bamboo hanging signs and the copper trapdoors give an extra bit of decoration. Besides having our 2 tall flowers here, I also experimented with having some B-dubs windows over here. But if we head inside through the back side of this area, you'll see that we have Slips Terracotta. We can open the door and we'll be met with a really cool looking interior. You can open our book and you'll see that we have the prices for Slips Terracotta. Regular and brown terracotta is 1 stack for 2 diamonds, and then the other colors are 1 stack for a diamond. On our second page, we have a variety box, which you choose the price on, and we can find our variety box right here. Those are really just all of the leftover terracotta that I don't have enough to have a stack for, and so whatever price you choose is good for me. And our awesome windmill is stacked full of all of the terracotta that you could need. Doesn't look like we've made any sales yet, and that's totally okay, because the reality is I've been putting off this build for weeks, and I'm so happy to say that I have something that I'm proud of here on the Mushroom Shop Island. I think that we're going to leave the rest of this area free for now and save space for new shops, and hopefully within the season we'll also have time to make ourselves some custom trees in this area too. But with our windmill complete and spooky season just on the horizon, I have some pretty cool ideas in mind. If you're ready for a spooky season build, consider leaving a like on the video, and I'll see you soon to celebrate the spookiest season of the year.
You wanna buy some stuff?
I definitely want to buy some stuff. I have like no food to my name. I have like nothing.
Oh, brilliant. Well, look, I have got some special offers for you today. If you just take a look in our wonderful shulker box. All of these.
Oh my gosh.
They've been hand baked by the wonderful crew of the Pineapple Baking Company, aka me.
Nobody knows me like you do. You just read my mind. Nobody gets me except for you. Like we're intertwined. Seasons come and go. Universe will change, but I'll feel the same. Thought that you should know. Even if my eyes are closed, I see you. I see you. I see you.
Eventually, after hours and hours of hard work, I was pleasantly surprised by an adventure with Spidey. As the sun sets, you can see that we've gotten a lot of progress done in the kingdom. You can see that we have a very cool looking pathway here where I've used a ton of different new blocks. We have some shoveled soil and some dirt over here, and then we also have coarse dirt around the area and some mud bricks and then some dripstone block. And you can also see that right here, we have some jungle wood and we also have some crafting tables too. And I must say that it's looking mighty fine. This path actually extends a very, very long way and it's completely peaceful and nice and decorated the entire way too. We have barrels that are leading up the stone path. And we also have some stone buttons right here, which are some rocks in the area, which was inspired by ETAT, and I think that they really spice up the area too. As we head up the hill, you'll see that we also have some custom trees here, also inspired from ETAT, and then some campfires just to light up the area too. This entire place has been bone mealed, and I do have to put some seeds in this area, but I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. This whole area is just going to be leading to our spooky village, and I'm honestly so excited to start making it, except for that there are still a couple of things that we need to get done, like making a bridge to fully connect this path. But man, does this path go an incredibly long way. It happened over the course of a couple streams and then plenty of time on my own too. And eventually we'll get to extending this path over towards Cobb's base, which is actually pretty close over here. But the custom trees and the storage over all around with lanterns over here, it just continues the entire pathway down over here until we finally take a right hand turn, and you can see that as we continue along the path, we're gonna make our way over to the water, where I think that we're going to be building just over here somewhere. But I think that's totally okay because it's actually just September 26th, meaning that me and the other members of the Lotus SMP are more than welcome to build in this area whenever they like. And to the Lotus members watching this video, I'd love for you all to make a build of your own spooky style. It would be so cool to have something incredible over in this area, which to be specific on the map is right over here down below Cobb's base where my path ends, right in this peninsula here. But before we get to collecting materials in this area, we have some materials to gather and a bridge to build. With our materials in hand, it was finally time to build the bridge. Well, of course it starts to rain as soon as I get to showing you this build, but honestly, I think that it's okay because it actually kind of matches the vibe of this bridge. The entire bridge is pretty much all slabs, but we do have some stairs around here too, and it really just has such a nice look at the rest of the area leading into our kingdom. As you can see, I have some spruce trapdoors just to spice up the area even more, and eventually we'll connect the bridge to the path leading over to our spooky area, but we're not going to get to doing that yet because there's something that's pretty cool that I do want to show you all. But first, honest, if we hop into Cheatycam, you can see that we have a really interesting design for the bridge. I ended up building this on stream, and the title of the stream was Building a Bridge with No Plan. And so to be honest, to be doing this live, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, and it really gives a nice mythical fantasy sort of vibe to the area. But if we head back to our base and we turn around the corner here, you'll see that we have 4 shulker boxes all given from Pug, and they have tons and tons and tons of materials here, tons of mud, which is exactly what I'm gonna be needing in order to make our spooky builds. So a huge thank you to Pug for doing that. I can't believe how much materials we have right here. But I say tomorrow morning, let's fly on off to the shopping islands because I have one more thing to show you there as well. We can head on over to Slips Terracotta, where we have a big surprise in store. I really do love the look of this area. It's so cozy feeling, and I didn't think that we were going to be making that many sales from Slips Terracotta, but if we open the door here, you can see that in every single chest that we have, Pug has bought us out, which is incredibly funny to me, and now I am more rich than I've ever been in this game, meaning that we're definitely going to have to flex our wealth somewhere later down the line. But that does mean that before we get to building our spooky build, we do have to get to restocking Slips Terracotta. I do just want to pause the video here for a moment to say thank you for being here, for taking a chance on this guy. I take so much pleasure out of making these videos for you all. I hope that you like them. If you do, consider subscribing because I'm not going anywhere. Well, we're back at Slips Terracotta, but you can see it looks a little bit different. All of the leaves around us, along with the saplings that you can see next to the windmill, have been turned into an autumn color, and it even applies to the trees that we have over here too. I have gotten along to restocking Slips Terracotta with some regular and some orange terracotta, and so I say we might as well fly along over to the Spooky Village area. And Cobb's base just looks perfect in a nice autumn vibe. We can continue along our fall forest where you can see Dan has already started to work on the land. We're gonna have a couple of contests coming up in a couple of weeks here on the Lotus SMP, and I gotta say, I really can't wait to participate. And the best way to get competitive and maybe win some prizes from these events is to be here and be prepared early. So I say, let's get around to building something awesome in the spooky fall forest.
Trying, only crying a time or two, telling myself somehow we will make it through. I believe you and me, we're gonna be fine. You've been saying maybe we should just be friends. All this hope like knots of rope has made a mess in between everything that we had. We realized it wasn't all that bad. It's hard to believe that we're coming undone. Getting over our fears while we're under the gun. There's no making sense of the things that they say. I know
Well, as you can see, I've kind of cooked. He cooked! But as Maritharu ended up saying in her Discord, this build is just the epitome of fall vibes. And of course it starts to rain before I get to saying anything else. And as we walk up to the house, you can see on her sign that it does say Slips, but I think that we're actually going to change it to Shrams, because after all, he is the main inspiration for me making this build in general. I think that it looks really cool, and now it starts a thunderstorm as well, meaning that I guess we can sleep the night. But I really love the mixture of hanging signs along with yellow glazed terracotta and some pumpkins. This is definitely a palette that I've never tried playing around with before, and I must say that I'm really happy with how this tower ended up looking too. When it came to texturing around the build, I made sure to only have one tall grass, which I think makes the area look rugged and wild, but not too overgrown. And of course, we do happen to have an interior in here too. We have a bookshelf in case Shram wants to do some reading, and some furnaces and some crafting tables here too. And then we have a little bar area and a table right here where you can place your keys after coming in from work. And I love the paintings that we have here along with the B-dubs windows too. I do think that this interior is really nice and cozy. And it's funny, we actually happen to have this build done on the 12th of October, meaning that although we have a giant pumpkin over here, the other Lotus members haven't gotten around to building anything yet. So while we're waiting to do some shenanigans on the server with everybody, I think that I'm gonna plant a bunch of sunflowers around. And I must say, I've been very inspired by Halfway Gaming and Jay Figsy recently. And so, in order to bring more of a story and more life into this world, I'm gonna read to you the story of the sunflower. This world wasn't always as pretty as it was now. There was a time when evil had all control. People don't talk about it much anymore. Like the bruise of a dropped apple, and see it on their faces. Battle scars riddle the skin of the people who were there, the people that saw it. That saw the sunflower that lay in his outstretched hand. They remember the look on his face, the innocence that stood pure in his hazelnut-colored eyes. There was something unusual about the sunflower he held. It's been about a week since the last time that we checked up in the Halloween district, and as you can see, there have been a lot of changes that have been made. But before we do get into those changes, I did want to tell you all that I've made a couple of additions to our area here too. I've gotten around to spicing up the area with tons of little Lotus mob figures. We have Rad just hanging out on a pumpkin right here. And then if we head to the back of the build, you'll see one of my favorite creations that I've ever made with armor stands. We have me and Maddie just hanging out and chopping some blocks here. And I think that it's just so cutesy and fits in with the vibe perfectly. And also, if we were to head inside Shram's Tavern here, you'll see that we have Luma as a bartender. And then over in here, I didn't see someone put a golden carrot in her hand. Over here, we also have Drift just hanging out. And gosh, I must say, it's just so fun getting to hang out with other people and seeing the things that they've made as well. As we head deeper into the Halloween district, you'll see that we have the Lotus Motel, which was made by Dan, which is really creative, and I've still never figured out how to put letters on banners or anything like that, and it's definitely something that I want to try in the future. But I love the color palette here, it just matches the Halloween vibe so well. And if we head inside, you'll see that we also have many little interiors where you can stay for the night as well. We can check out the interior here, and it looks like something's going on with Chespy. Ooh, and Dan. I must say, I'm quite happy to be on Chespy's good side. And over in the office area, we can also open the door here. We have our armor stand contest, and we also have Buzzy right here too. We are going to be taking a part of this contest, so we can place 8 diamonds also in here too. And then as the sun sets, you'll see that we also have some skeleton horses that we could get on loan. And this area is just looking absolutely incredible. I love how the jack-o'-lanterns are lighting up the area. We can also make our way over to a gigantic pumpkin right here, which I believe was made by Pineapple and Dan. I have added a couple of extra armor stands here. We have Morg, who's walking up the stairs with a pair of shears. And then as we head inside, you'll also see that we have Slip right here. As you'll be able to notice, my Halloween costume is going to be Ash from Pokemon. And since Halloween is officially being celebrated this weekend, we might as well change our skin fun too. We'll get around to doing something really cool with the skin. You can see that we already have Chespy over here, and then we have Hank Green over here. So I'm very excited to be contributing to this, and I think that I'm going to have it as the outro cinematic for the video. As we head outside of the pumpkin, you'll see that I don't know who it was, but someone got up to some incredible work with some custom trees in this area. We have many pumpkins all over the place, and we can see on the sign that this is Luma's build area. I think that this might be one of the coolest trees that I've ever seen. As you can see, the crying obsidian is just dripping off purple goo. And then we also have some skulk themed trees right here, and look how dark and just ominous it is as we head into this area, along with scary with all the skulk sensors too. As you can see, the custom terrain just leads up to a really ominous looking nether portal too. Everyone really just seems to be popping off, and it's so fun getting to see everything that everyone's made. And as we head over in this direction, we have something really interesting as well. As you can see with all of the apples, we have an apple bombing station here, which is actually a game. As you can see, when the light shows, the game is ready. And so I say, let's head up the ladder and give our best shot. We have our scoreboard right here, where you can see that pineapple is up on top. But Zay and Banana and Maddie have also gotten there too, actually along with C-Man and also JBDCM. It looks like the payment is 1 diamond, and I think that we can afford that. And so it sounds like in order to play, you put the diamond in the barrel, and then you stand on the andesite right here, and then we can press the button as well. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Okay, I think I have to get apples right here. Are there chests here? I don't know how to play. It seems like to play, we have to find the note box that are gonna light up. There goes the timer. I do not think that we really did that well. We can reset the game, and then we'll go and check our score, which it seems that we were only able to get 5 apples. And so we can put our first score on the table here. But man, I had such a blast playing that right now. And so I think that I'm going to come back off camera and try to get a better score. But as the sun sets, you can see that we also have another build in this area here, which, wow, this must have been made by Draconis, as we can see with the mob head right there. And he has a halo gun and a sword, and we have a Spartan right here and another amazing armor stand right here. It was so well done. I do know that Draconis is a big fan of Halo and of Destiny, and what a wonderful way to put this into the game of Minecraft. In particular, I'm so impressed with the weapons that he has. They look so real, and we have feathers right here and some quartz just to give that extra accent too. And the faces of these creatures look pretty scary as well. I can see how much time was put into this, and I'm really impressed. But as much as I would like to wait around and see who else gets to building in this area, it is the 26th of October, and I want to post this video today, meaning that this guy has some work to do. This project has taken over a month of time to get ready, and I'm so happy that everyone in the SMP ended up contributing as well. And so if you like our build and all the incredible things that these awesome creators on the Lotus SMP do, please do consider leaving a like on this video. I really appreciate you taking a chance on this guy. I have so much fun making these videos. It's only 5 a.m. on a Saturday, and I'm just so pumped to get this video out. We have some big plans for the next episode, and I can't wait for you to see them. But now, for me, it's time to get back to work. I came over to this area with no intention of doing any work here. I wanted to see if this area would be a good spot for our build. But tons of terraforming later, you can say that the answer is a yes. And today's episode is a big episode. You see, I've been feeling inspired by Cobb, Barse, and Banana Boy. If we head along over this way and we start to fly, you can see that people are really starting to build big, and I think that it's just about time for me to start doing so as well. So in this area here, we're gonna build ourselves a hotel, and it's definitely gonna be the biggest build that I've ever built as well. Now, if I'm being honest, I think not too bad for our first build ever in the Nether. This house that we have here is suspended in the air over a huge lava pit, and if I'm being honest, it's definitely subject to ghasts and the occasional enderman coming this way. But we'll head back through the Nether portal, and as soon as I head back through the Nether portal, there's a shulker box with only diamond gear, the best diamond gear you could have. And Dan was the only one online. It must have been him, which, man, I am such a lucky guy to be on the server. But now that I think about it more, he actually may know why we're going to need those resources, which is because Pug and I are gonna go bastion raiding, and he's gonna teach me how to do it for the first time, which may happen tonight on stream. But regardless, we do need to get some materials for this big hotel that we're gonna be making, and I've been giving it some more thought, and I have some really interesting ideas for the interior of this place as well. I do live stream just about every single Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you're always more than welcome to come and hang out with us all. So I say, let's get around to doing some fun things within Minecraft. Five or 6 hours of material collecting later, and we can say that we're pretty good to go for our hotel. But I have been recognizing that over by our beautiful birch tree, we've kind of been neglecting our challenge tower. So before we get to building the hotel, I want to take on another challenge. We can head up to the tower, and you'll see that we have task number 3. Build a custom tree, which honestly sounds like the perfect thing to do, and I think that I have the perfect place to do it as well. I think that having just a couple of trees here makes all the difference. It just fills in the environment and brings it all together. So I'm quite happy that we ended up getting around to doing that challenge. And I must say that the shopping district is really starting to come together too. So we'll have to put some more builds in this area at some point in the future. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we get to building a hotel. I was going to start this segment by saying that I've cooked, but we've used so many different types of blocks in this build, and I really like how everything came out. Our build palette here is some green glazed terracotta with some mossy leading into some green concrete, where we then have acacia wood and stones and some andesite, and then some smooth stone, and then it kind of flips back on the upside until we get to the top where we have copper trapdoors. The light blue blocks that we have right here is light blue terracotta, and we also have some warp trapdoors as well. Along the side, we have some levers with chains on them, and they add an extra texture piece to the side. And then if we hop into Cheetah Cam, you'll see that we have acacia trapdoors for the windows. The roof here has tons of glow lichen, and we have jungle planks along with some packed mud and some coarse dirt as well. I love the spire feeling that we have with the acacia saplings up top, but I do have to say that we're not yet done making this build. If we open this door, you'll see that we don't have any interior, and I really do want to make this into a sort of hotel so that not only us but members of other servers like the Backyard and Craftworks can come and stay here as well, which sounds like a really fun idea to me. But you'll also notice that we have to transform the area around this build, and I think that I want to do that with some colored flowers. And so if you've been enjoying this video so far, consider leaving a like on it, and let's get to work at making this place look beautiful.
Nobody knows me like you do. You just read my mind. Nobody gets me except for you. Like we're intertwined. Seasons come and go. Universe will change, but I'll feel the same.
A grand welcome to the Lotus Hotel here.
I'm honored.
The first guest. We have a bunch of guests technically in here. I guess you're the one with a beating heart, though. First living guest. Yeah. So we can make our way inside right here, and we have our bodyguard Mafert, just to make sure that you're not bringing any unsafe items into our hotel. And actually, I don't know. This is just a flower right here coming out of Mafert, but I feel like it almost looks like a little like sheath for a sword.
Nice.
I don't know if you can see that, but I like it. And
Vision.
you see the vision, right? And man, yeah, a real life version of yourself over here, Draconis, with a flower weapon here. I can't tell if you guys are the same size. I feel like this Draconis is a little bigger.
I should be slightly thicker.
You're
Weird.
a short king compared to him.
Speaking of short kings.
Yes, speaking
baby
of short
pug.
kings, we got a little baby pug right here, just lounging, lazing around. Over here on the third floor, I think. We got a little TV set up right here. Got tons of paintings,
nice.
beautiful views out over here, and we got Banana Boy just watching some flicks. You could watch some flicks with him, Draconis. Some Real Housewives. Yeah, that handsome young man, the most handsome man in the world, is lounging by the fireplace. This is where,
Oh, I
you know,
like this.
do you like it? It's interesting. I don't know. It's obviously a furnace, but or a fireplace. But I was
Don't know
messing
exactly
around.
What this mechanism is, but it looks cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like there could be a story behind it. I just don't know what it would be yet. Fireplace surfing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool detail. I like it.
Yeah. Just messing around too. Then we can head up to the penthouse, which nice little area if you need to have a
It needs-
private
it needs a
conversation.
bed.
It does need a bed. I was actually thinking about that earlier, but then I died.
Yeah, you can nice view out the window while you're trying to fall asleep.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to not wake up with the sun here, but it's worth it. People out in this area are go-getters. Yeah.
Little gadgets and stuff. I like it.
Oh, wait, yeah. Gadget's like a good word for it, too. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's kind of interactive, too. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, there's a lot of storytelling aspects, actually, that you could have here. I didn't think about that. It's kind of fun.
I'm also a big fan of the warped wood with the acacia.
Yeah. But my
combo.
first time doing it, I was just experimenting with color palettes.
It looks so good. Wait. There.
Same one.
You can do. How do you do this? Swap to off.
Yeah.
There you go. Best
Oh,
of both
look at that. Best of both worlds. That looks good.
I love the gradient going up as well.
Yeah, thanks,
And, like,
thanks, my
all
man.
The green stuff is so cool.
I kind of just went with it and then fiddled and hummed and hawed.
Yeah, I always struggle with the glazed terracotta, and I'm always like envious when someone manages to actually like pull it off. It's been a pleasure.
As it always is when I get to see you, Draconis. Safe travels. Make good decisions.
Bye.
Stay alive. Man, is it always a pleasure to see Draconis on the server. I really don't get to see him enough. And I must say, this must be one of the most unique builds that I've ever made, but at the same time, one of my favorites. But I must say, my mind is a whir with new ideas that we're going to put into this world. So as always, as the great Incy would say, it's just about time to get back to work. I really find it interesting that this transformation that we just did is only 2.5 shulker boxes worth of grass block, but I must say it's been really satisfying to do this morning. Here in my real life, it's Friday morning, the sun is rising, snow is falling on the ground, and I get to relax and just place some grass blocks and do a little bit of a community project here on the Lotus SMP. Because as we take to our wings, you'll see that we have done so much work together working on terraforming this mushroom island. This island is really starting to come together, and it's incredible to see everyone else's contributions. We're starting to get to the point where we have shops for just about anything that you could want in this game, which I must say is quite impressive for only having been on the server for 4 months. And it really is fun just working together with everyone on completing this island as a group. And whenever I think about this incredible community of creators here on the Lotus SMP, I really do feel like a happy guy. I get to hang out with all of my best buddies around the world, and we get to make some incredible things together too. We have our lovely shopping district, and coming back here always brings me so many good memories from the start of the season. A group of us that we called the Happy Campers ended up making tons of tents and campsites along with camper vans along the entire area. We've gotten up to so many shenanigans around this island, and as you can see, we have a massive fire pit behind me too. This was the start of so many big things here on the server, and I'm so glad that I got to take a part of it all. If we fly to the south, we'll come across Banana Boy's base. The builds are just incredible with the towers and the nether portal, and everything here is really coming together. We have so much more time left in the server, and I'm very excited to see what continues to happen on this base. As we continue to make our way down to the south, we'll stumble across Draconis' base, which this area right here is actually an area that I haven't seen before. It's the perfect little fishing outlet with docks and market stands leading out onto the coastline. And as we walk along the pathway, you'll see that just about every square inch of Draconis' base is completely established. And as we walk along this bridge, you can see that the attention to detail and the shaping of all of the builds is really well done. As we head into the Inner Kingdom, I must say it's been a bit of time since I've been here last, and Draconis has been very hard at work. We have the infamous Chet, who happens to be in timeout, and Draconis even happens to have a post office, and I want to use these sorts of designs on the signs at some point. Everything about this place just has a medieval but also a feudal, like Japanese vibe. I love how it came out. And we have some cute little kitties that are guarding the entrance as well. We have a spectacular looking meeting area here. And as we head to the right, we'll see even more builds and an incredible looking windmill here too. Draconis' starter manor has come out just so majestically overlooking everything on the hilltop. And as we make our way into the western part of his land, you can see that this place looks just so lived in. And I honestly think that it may be my favorite base that we have from anyone on the server. Over in the northeast corner of our map, we can run into Pug's incredible base. It's safe to say that this is a mega build and it spirals all the way down to the bedrock level. Pug has been doing some incredible work with all of the prismarine blocks and tons of different lighting aspects too. This may be the biggest base that I've ever seen when playing in a Minecraft world, and it is beyond words when you're actually getting to play it in game, I must say. If I look down from this balcony here, it actually kind of gives me the frights. It's beyond the render distance when I look down. We also have Cobb's incredible looking city over on the west coast. There's of course plenty of work to be done, but so much progress has been made already, and when this place is complete, it is going to have such a unique feel and design and touch to it. I feel very lucky to have had so many fun experiences with Cobb over the last couple of months and get to see this base come together. And who knows, there's a chance that I might be building a build or two in this area too. We also have Skipper's incredible mushroom-themed base. This man is just so good at cooking with the organics, and I'm so excited to see how things progress as he continues to work in his area. Him and I both have definitely gotten to work making some custom birch trees, but I do think that his are better than mine, and there really is just something that's so immersive about his little area, which, speaking of the opposite of things not so little, will stumble across Mafurt's gigantic mountain base. As you can see, we have wheat fields that are just sprawling for days, and we even have a mud factory up here on the hilltop. And once again, to have made a custom Minecraft mountain in only 4 months of playing on a server is just mind-boggling to me. We also have Pineapple's beautiful looking island, and he might be hanging out over here in this area, but he also has some mobs around too. But I absolutely love where this island came from and where it's going. Just check out his first couple of episodes to see where it started at. And genuinely speaking, it is one of my favorite things to be able to look at as I'm going to and fro for my base. As we continue into the northwest, we have Squid's Skulk-themed base. Walking over all of the Skulk on the floor here is so immersive, and all of the builds really came together in this theme, including Luma's, which we have right here. Squid has done some really beautiful work with our glass bottles right here in a form of a potion enchanting shop. And whether it be her nether portal or all of the other builds that we have in this area, I'm so excited to see this one continue to come together too, based on all of the work that Squid did in Colorland last year and her ability to work with the land. I'm very, very excited to see what happens. But that brings us over to Spidey's majestic, incredible prismarine roof embeddled base. This thing is massive and is clearly still in infrastructure mode. Man, I cannot wait to see the final product. I do think that I'll be adding a little bit of my touch to this area at some point during the season. And I must say that I'm very thankful that we have this jump pad right here, which will bring me all of the way back to my base. And as we fly back to our beautiful kingdom of Lhasa, I did want to say that's not even everyone's builds on the server. This guy is just already starting to run low on rockets and on my Elytra durability, which is no surprise to anyone that plays with me on the Lotus SMP. Besides 4 diamonds in my hand, this guy is very, very poor. But we do have some work to do in this lovely kingdom in today's episode, which is honestly something that I'm very, very excited to do. We've been building all around the server for the last 2 episodes, and now we get to finally be back at home. But I'm sure that it'll come as a surprise to none of you that we have a couple of other things before we get to working in this area. And the first of our tasks for today's episode is going to be to continue to expand our pathway down to the south. Me and Draconis are working on a joint effort to extend the pathways all the way down to the south. And as such a busy guy, there's been one thing for sure in my life recently, that block by block and little bit by little bit, we can really make some progress happen. If you're excited to see this kingdom and see this server continue to come to life, consider leaving a like on this video. And honestly, one of my favorite things about doing Minecraft is getting to read all of your comments. Well, you could say that this path has completely been transformed, or at least the amount that we set out to do in today's episode. And I must say, I'm enthralled with how everything's come out. The stone and the flowers and the one tall grass, it just all fits in together perfectly. And especially with shaders on, having some lanterns is just a wonderful lighting addition. And I love to use them as much as I can. But you can see that our path goes all the way down to the Lotus Hotel, which I gotta say, I really do love this build. And if you haven't seen the video for it, I highly recommend taking a look at it. But I think we're gonna put our rockets to our hands and fly on over to the shopping district, where apparently Pineapple has some sort of treasure hunt waiting for us. So I'm gonna try my best to complete the hunt, and I'm gonna narrate it all in third person. That very afternoon, I found myself at a landlocked wrecked ship located on the outskirts of the shopping district. It was here that I stumbled into my first clue. The search led me far, far up north. It was up in the Badlands, beyond Slip's Terracotta, that I came across the next clue. This time, I instantly knew where to look. Buffered space was the perfect place to hold treasure. And after a bit of looking around, I opened the chest, only to find another clue. My adventure continued as I searched around the server, but after about 20 minutes, I finally found what I was looking for. Upon reading the final clue, my heart sank to the floor. There was only one place this could be, so I went straight to it. The treasure was well worth the time, as I stumbled into tons and tons of diamond blocks. However, I only took one, saved some for others to play. Got my orange robes and headband back to the surface. While getting rid of Mount Bananamore, I ran into some roadblocks. Luckily, Maddie, Draconis, and Pug came to save the day. Man, I gotta say, it is always a good time to see Maddie, Pug, and Draconis. And as you can see behind me, we have been up to a little bit of shenanigans here at the Kingdom of Lhasa. I was having some trouble getting rid of Mount Blinking Bananamore, which was located in the mountain right in front of us. But I really just couldn't figure it out, and so they came along to save the day. And so once again, our area is looking clean and pristine, and we now happen to have a skeleton horse friend that's just roaming around here, which I'm still not sure if I want to have in the area, but we'll keep them around for now. And if you think of a good name, please do consider leaving one in the comments below. We can also see, as we make our way over to Luma's base, that we now have an area cleared out where we're going to have our bakery. It wonderfully overlooks the graveyard that we have in the distance. And as you can see right here, we have tons and tons of shulker boxes just ready for us to get to building. But if you've been following the series here on the Lotus SMP, you'll know that we're not quite ready to start our main building project for the episode. We can make our way down to the Challenge Tower, where we'll be met with 3 llamas, the first of which goes by the name of Shifty. And then we have Slippy right here, and we also have Lorenzo, which we'll definitely have to make a home for, and I'm thinking somewhere in this area behind here, but I'm not exactly sure how I want that to look like at the moment. So we'll wait off for a future episode to do that. But for now, we can make our way over to the Challenge Tower, which says build a custom river, which is something that I've actually never done before. And so, as you know, I'm always up for another building challenge, and this one honestly sounds pretty exciting to do, but we won't be building it in this area. I'm thinking that a better location might be in the shopping district. So I say let's fly around over to the shopping district and get to building something really special in this world. Well, I didn't think that it was going to take 2.5 hours to make this river, but I must say I am quite pleased with how it came out. Every single stone block that we have in this area was put down intentionally, and I must say I do like the gradient that we made as we went around the hillside here. It makes its way up to the top of the path here, and I like how we have the flowers for some extra decoration. I do think that I want to make a path that connects Draconis' base over down to Slip's Terracotta in the river here. But for now, as the sun begins to set, I think it's just about time that we get to making a bakery in the Kingdom of Lhasa. A grand old welcome to Shohi's Sweet Treats. This bakery right here is definitely one of the biggest builds that we have so far in the Kingdom of Lhasa. And once again, to fit the steampunk vibe, we had to go in with some end rods for light. We've messed around with some copper trapdoors to outline the balcony of each of the floors that we have. We also have some lightning rods for some extra texture, and I also ended up using some flowering pots, which you can see we have hanging on each of the corners. And I must say, the bakery that we have here is the perfect addition that we have to the walkway that we have coming along this way. And who knows, maybe we'll have even more builds coming to this area in the future. But for now, I say that we head inside to take a look at the interior, where we'll walk into a cozy interior with some white glazed terracotta, and then some pots with flowers and some banners on the wall. And we kind of use decorated pots to add a little bit of separation to the stairs. If we head through this door, we'll actually be met with a little flower room where we can go down through the trapdoor and we'll be met with a storage area. We have definitely run out of area in our storage room, so this area is hopefully going to set us up for a little bit longer. And so we have a little jump pad into the water right here, and some gilded blackstone and some coal with some stone and some cobblestone for the floor. We have some storage with some chests and some barrels all around here, and we also have a little bubble elevator which we can flip up on here back up to the first floor. We of course have some paintings on the ceiling, and we have some smooth stone quartz stairs, which in my opinion looks really sleek. As we go up to the second floor, we can head on up to the second floor of Shohi's Sweet Treats, where we have a little bit more of a relaxed area. You can see as we look out the window that it's just such a beautiful area that we happen to live in here in the Kingdom of Lhasa. And we have some bookshelves with books and some banners and some item frames as well. And I really must say, I love the tone that we have with the red and orange terracotta. And if we head up the front door, you can see that I haven't really done anything out here, but I'm okay with that because I really like the enclosed sort of vibe that we have and the lights that we have with the lightning rods and the end rods. And I also did want to show you the sign for Shohi's Sweet Treats, who is also a YouTuber as well. So I highly recommend you taking a look at their channel. I must say, I really am so proud with how the Kingdom of Lhasa is coming out so far. And we really still have so much more space to build over down here by the graveyard, along with back yonder this way here in the kingdom. But believe it or not, Christmas time is coming here soon on the Lotus SMP, and I'm sure it'll come as a surprise to none of you that we have some pretty big plans for the season, along with an election to be voted on and settled. And so, as always, with the clock always ticking, it is just about time for me to get back to work. Who are you? I'm December, you silly. But you're a penguin, and it's already December. Just get with the times already.
Can it just be us tonight? Under the night sky, gonna make my skin rise. Can it just be us tonight? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Comes from the inside. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
Well, I know that cinematic only looked like it was a couple seconds on your end, but here on this end, it took me about a couple weeks in order to make this guy. What a grand welcome we have over here at Slip's Leather Shop. I think that I did a really wonderful job fitting this area in with the rest of everything else, and it really blends in nicely into the environment. We have Slip's Terracotta right over there, and you wouldn't even think that this is a mushroom island at this point in time. We of course have our sign for Slip's Leather Shop, but there's a couple of other things that we probably should discuss as well. The first being my change in skin. You can see that I am no longer at the moment a Minecraft monk, but instead I happen to be rocking a penguin skin because at the time of recording this, it is December 9th, and we have lots of wonderful things coming for the Christmas season here on the Lotus SMP. I thought it might be fun to switch things up for the holiday season with a brand new skin, and so it'll only last for the season, but we'll be rocking the penguin gear for the episode. And you'll also notice that the entire island and everything else in the server has a wonderful winter ambiance. I know that a couple of other Lotus members are working on transforming the area into an actual Christmas zone, but this is just a resource pack that was wonderfully given to me from ETAT, and it's totally festive in my personal opinion and really fits in with the vibe. We of course have our custom river from the last episode over here looking up to the beacon shop. And if we look around, you can see that we've done a cool job with some brand new lanterns as well. I used some granite and some mangrove trapdoors along with some granite walls up to some spruce fences and then some mangrove trapdoors for accentuation here too. And the design of these lampposts is completely my own. I really went on a limb with it, but if I'm being honest, I think that it completely matches with the vibe of everything that Draconis has going on in the shopping district. And I must say, it feels quite good to have this build done. You can see on the pathway that I didn't end up using any mossy cobblestone whatsoever, which gives a more refined vibe for the rest of the pathway around here. And we also have some furnaces, which gives some extra texture and fits in with the grays really well. But we can head on over to the front of the build and head inside where we met with Slip's Leather Shop. You'll be able to see that it's 1 diamond per stack, and in all of these chests that we have right here, we just have tons of leather for people to get. We have a cool floor, in my personal opinion, with tons of different types of blackstone along with some polished deep slate, and it gives a nice rustic kind of dark vibe to everything as the sun sets outside. And then we also have tons of red accents with banners on the walls, and we also have some mangrove trapdoors and some item frames which give a little bit of extra accent to the entire interior. I really do love the vibe and the atmosphere that this entire build gives, and upon making it, I also did realize I may be the only person that uses leather as much as we might need for the shop. I really do love using item frames and all sorts of different accent pieces on all of my builds, and so I may happen to use leather more than other people, but this is definitely going to set me up for the season just in case. And so I guess we'll have to find out together whether or not other people end up buying any of the leather from the shop. But if you've been tuning in to the series at all, you'll know that we are nowhere near our main build for today's episode. We still have plenty of more materials to collect and some other incredible things that have been happening here on the server. So let's take to our wings, and I'm going to show you one of the coolest things that has popped up over the last couple of weeks. If we head on over to the northern side of the island, we'll be met with my farming leather shop AFK area, which as you can tell has been completely cleared out from all of the livestock that we used to have in the area, and now it also looks like we have tons of sheep as well. I'm not really sure where these guys ended up coming from. The vibe of this farm and of this build in particular really reminds me of Incy's survival world, and it really is nothing special, but at the same time I'm quite happy with how it came out. But it is really over here in this gigantic tower area where the real wonder is to be had. This incredible, colorful, detailed build was made by Mild Maddie, Draconis, and the actual pug. And as far as I'm concerned, it seems to be some sort of game. We can head inside through the arches and we'll be met with 3 different colors of rooms here. On the left and right sides right here, we have some really cozy interior areas, definitely made by Maddie. And we also happen to have a nice little fountain, a little juicy drink right here too. And I must say, Maddie is so good at doing sleek, kind of minimalist looking interiors that absolutely shine, and I'm quite jealous of that. It's definitely not my skill set, and I could be doing something wrong, but I do think that beyond these blocks right here, we'll be met with 3 different rooms where we'll be able to choose a button, and we seem to have just dropped to the ground, so I do think that we happen to get unlucky this time. And now I'm not really sure if it takes diamonds for us to play. We might have gotten just a free go at that, but I think maybe we'll continue to play and do something every single episode, because I do have an idea of some of the mob drops that we can get from this place, and man, they are really, really incredible. And being the poor man that I am, I could definitely use some extra goodies, especially during the holiday season. So a big shout out to our 3 musketeers for making such a fun, awesome game, and I can't wait to play it more, but it's just about time that we get on off to our next adventure. We can get back on our wings and set flight over to the western part of the server. You may be able to remember from the last episode, we got to work on extending the pathways over towards the south where Draconis is living, and our pathways are just leading into some incredible Minecraft generation. And so the plan right now is to continue the path and hopefully lead it around this area here. I'm not sure how much progress we'll be able to get done in today's episode. We have a whole ton jam-packed into this one, but if you're enjoying the video so far, consider leaving a like on it, and I say, let's get to work on extending these pathways. Well, as always, whenever I play this beautiful game called Minecraft, I happen to get a little bit carried away. And so not only do we have an extension of the beautiful path that we have coming up from the Halloween district, but we also happen to have the beginnings of a beautiful bridge over here too. As you can see, we have no texturing done yet. Everything is just in stone blocks, but we'll get around to fixing that up at some point in time. And the pathway continues all the way over to this wonderful circle-shaped archway that we'll have to do something with as well. As we continue through the pathway, you'll see that we've continued the texturing all the way down to where the path happens to end, which happens to be quite a steep drop-off. And eventually, I think that we'll get around to building a waterfall in this area here, and we'll be able to go up and down it as well. If we head into Cheatycam, you'll see that we still have the pillars to do and a whole lot of texturing work to do as well. But as I've mentioned, we have a very big build planned for the episode, and with only 2 weeks left until Christmas, it's going to take a whole lot of work in order to get it done. So I say let's get out our checklist, start seeing what materials we need, and why not get along to harvesting them as well. Now, we are still nowhere near done resource collecting, but I must say this process has been made so much easier by a couple of other members here on the Lotus SMP, and I am so grateful. You see, in the last cinematic, I got to hang out with the actual pug for a little bit, and we ended up going for lapis and gold, but then I come back a couple of days later, and in the shulker box we have multiple stacks of lapis, so we'll definitely have to give some back after we end up using a little bit of this lapis for the build. And also right here, as the sun sets in the distance over the pond with Kavanai, we also have a sign from a furt. It says, "Heard you needed some prismarine," from Muff. And I totally did. And in here, you'll see that we have definitely enough prismarine for the build as well. Though I mean it when I say that without the help of these two awesome friends, this build would definitely not get done in the time that I wanted to. A big thank you to the both of them for helping so much with this episode, and I definitely recommend going to take a look at their channels as well. It really is such a blast getting to hang out with all of my friends here online. And on December 13th, here in real life, let's get back to material collecting. Well, it's been many hours since we first showed up at the Christmas district, but I've gotta say that this place is looking absolutely incredible. We have this massive Christmas tree that's decorated with presents, and we even have a present down to the right behind us too. You'd see a little present behind us is Mild Maddie's Secret Santa, and we can head on over there, and I've actually already used it as you've seen through the cinematics, but we now have Luma as our Secret Santa gift, and I think that I'm gonna build her something. I'm not quite exactly sure what we're gonna build, probably a house or something, and I want to make it as good as I can. As you can see, we have all of our materials for the build, and we have tons and tons of copper blocks that are oxidizing in the background. I need 128 of these wax copper trapdoors just by itself, not to mention a whole ton of other oxidation states. Today is Saturday, meaning that it's time for Petals Helping Petals, and we also have a server meeting as well. So I say let's get back to work, see if we get anything done with the other members on the SMP. As usual, I got a little bit carried away and got along to building. Now it is December 23rd, and in traditional Lotus fashion, we now have tons and tons of different builds all around us. But before we get around to taking a look at everything that everyone's built around the server, as I mentioned, I ended up doing a really fun Minecraft event with a ton of friends where we ended up doing a massive snowball fight. I've whipped it up into a fun little cinematic, and so I hope you enjoy it, and if you do, consider leaving a like on the video. But over here to the right of us, we have a massive Chespy-faced snowman who fits really well into the environment, and he is gigantic and actually has tons and tons of depth to him too. If we head inside, you'll see that we have some really cool lighting and lots of mob figures and all of the Lotus members and armor stands all over the place. We have Bison pushing pineapple on a wagon, some free hot cocoa brought to you by Sheep Milk, where we have Buzzy and Lion as a customer. We have a mini pug sitting super cozy looking, and we also have Mufert with a catapult that's hurling a snowball at Chespy, who's skating or wobbling over the ice. We have Maddie lifting a huge snowball like a superhero. Banana throwing a snowball as Skipper gets smashed in the face by one. Rad getting hit in the head as well, along with Cobb and myself on the barricades. And we have Jebs trying to help Shaden out of the snow. And there actually happens to be a challenge where if we can find the right button on the ground, it opens up a parkour course where there's a secret prize that's hidden at the top. But if any of you know me, you know that I'm really not the type for parkour, and I really want to try to get this video out in time for Christmas if I can. So I just don't think that we're gonna have time to try it at the moment. But Maddie and myself ended up taking out a lot of the pathway blocks that Draconis ended up making and switched them around for amethyst blocks. And so now when we walk along the pathway, we get that brilliant sort of crystally shining sound that you get from the amethyst. We have our benches and our trees all around, along with our ruined sort of tower structure. And then along next to the ponds, we have the church that we've been talking all about, where every single block, for the most part, has been placed down deliberately, and it's come out to become an incredibly beautiful build. We have so much going on here with all of the waxed different oxidation of copper blocks and the prismarine with the extra blues, and then the mangrove trapdoors with the reds leading down into the browns. Man, this church just looks so good. We also have end rods to light up the entire place, and we have blue glass over here to add some extra kind of like Instagram build flair. You can head up the path here and open the stairs, where you can see that the interior is by no means any less noisy or any less expensive, and looks like we have a weird figure here too, but you can enter the weird now looking church. I don't like that at all. Where we have candles on either side, and then we have purple stairs with crimson signs to outline the aisles as you walk on down leading up to a mini cob that's sitting down here, looking at this cob with, or not a cub, this pug with a squid hat on him, holding a flower, and he's way too big, and I don't like that at all. Even if he was smaller, it might be a little bit better. And we have the aisle where the chorus can sing and serenade us all. Maybe we'll have to get some more mob figures in here, but I did not like that one bit whatsoever. And we have really cool lighting up here, different types of prismarine and warped wood, as you can see, as texturing, and I don't know, it really just makes it into what I hoped that it was going to be, which is a church. I guess we'll have to have some unique gospel being spoken at this church, and the blue definitely matches everything with the candles, making everything look ominous in the background, and I don't know what I'm think of all of this, but I guess some lore-heavy parts of the church as well. Man, I must say I have been steadily working away at all the parts in order to make this church happen within a month's time. So hard during this entire month. I knew just around Thanksgiving that I wanted to make this build and have it in a winter world, and now that we have it, and now that I can just see it, everything, and go inside it, I'm so proud of everything that we've been able to do. We have some really interesting things coming here next on the Lotus SMP, not only within all the members and myself, but with the next big build that we're going to be making. So if you've enjoyed everything that we've done to terraform and transform this entire area, consider leaving a like on the video, and just like the great Incy would say, it's time for me to get back to work.
I've been trying, only crying, a time or two, telling myself somehow we will make it through. I believe you and me, we're gonna be fine. Been saying maybe we should just be friends. All this hope like knots of rope has made a mess in between everything that we had. We realized it wasn't all that bad. It's hard to believe that we're coming undone.
Well, unsurprisingly, we've been up to a whole lot of work here on the Lotus SMP. We also have a brand new server member, Scurvy, who I must say I'm very excited to meet. And we've also updated the server to Minecraft 1.21.4, meaning that we'll have to get our hands on some pale logs. But if I'm being honest, I'm hoping to do that with a bunch of other friends here on the Lotus SMP, so we're going to hold off on doing that at the moment. You can see that we've connected the pathways along the entire district, and by no means was this little work. I probably spent about 3 or 4 hours doing this, and so it was a lot of time spent. But now, as you can see on the map, the entire island is really starting to come together, or at least it has a lot more of that connectedness vibe that brings people together here on a server here like Lotus. Now, as you can see, we've terraformed up our sunflower field area to connect everything with Slip's Terracotta to the leather shop and Draconis' base as well. And then we've gotten around to extending the farm as well trail over to one of Maddie's shops over here, and then to the rest of the shopping district, which our path curves around the slime wagon and then kind of meets up in the center, which interestingly happens to kind of be Draconis's base. I'm not sure if he had planned on doing that or not, where we have a really cute chocolate shop, which is something that I've never showed off before, and you can see that Draconis did a wonderful job selling different types of chocolate. We have normal chocolate and king-size chocolate, strawberry cream, chocolate chip cookies, a whole bunch of good things. And there happens to be a little merchant that's selling the bars, and unfortunately I have accidentally put my hoe right in his hands, meaning that although I was gonna buy some chocolate with the diamonds that I had, I'm already feeling more poor as soon as I happen to enter the shop, so we'll have to postpone that shopping experience for another day. But the path continues along down into the main shopping district along with the Nether HQ as well, which the Nether HQ is this beautiful house where we've been collecting resources to make a huge Nether hub. We've talked about it before, so I won't go into the details, but I love this area, and the area has some really good sound dynamics in it as well. Dude, that thing is so loud. I can still hear it from here. But anyway, although we filled in a lot of the path area and we're really making the shopping district come together, we're not yet done with the pathing, which is something that I'm not sure if I'll be able to get done in this episode. But regardless, we're going to be doing even more work on it in this episode. I do want to come in here with some bone meal and fix up the grass just like we did along the river over here, and then maybe some lanterns and some other bits and bobs in the area too, which I think is really going to bring the area together. And honestly, if it wasn't for my area over right here by Slips Terracotta, it would be kind of hard to know that this was a mushroom island whatsoever. But here, on January 5th of the new year, we get back to work on making ourselves this path. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
There's a bed right here that you're spawning.
I was literally,
Sorry.
I don't know if you could hear me. I was just recording the, I'm gonna go into a cinematic, but the last word. The last word I get shot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's so funny. But anyway, into the cinematic land we go. Well, we are flying back into the shopping district, and you can see that we have gotten a whole ton of progress done here. But apparently, we have some friends online, and they've been doing some shenanigans here in the shopping district. So I think that we're gonna have to check in with them and see what everyone's up to here on the server.
People in therapy are often there to deal with people in their lives who won't go to therapy. I have a job, it's actually quite fulfilling, though my hairline is thinning. I barely do anything else. I read self-help books, I do meditation, walks in the woods, a new destination. I sit with my feelings. Sometimes I'm even journaling. I got a full-time job, though no one pays me, and it's all thanks to you.
Well, I must say, always a total blast getting to hang out and see everybody here on the server. But as you see here, when it comes to the entire island, I've gotten around to filling in pretty much everything that I can with grass and putting down to everything with a 1 block tall grass level. I do think that if I had gone 2 grass blocks tall, it would have been a little bit too wild for the area. But as you can see, as we continue to walk through the entire area, and as everyone grooves in the NHQ, I can hear y'all. I'm gonna keep on touring around, see all the progress that this guy has been doing while everyone else is just messing around in SMH. But as you can see, our area next to the Beacon Shop and Cobb's Tornado Shop is all filled in. The guys have gotten around to paving over my paving work from the last couple of days, which is more than fine with me. I just wanted to give a base design, a base layout for this area, and I think that we've done a pretty good job in doing so. We've also filled in the entire area next to Draconis' place. We've renovated the area over next to the dye depot and the library as well. And we've even gotten around to texturing up the area next to the slime wagon and next to the pedal shop around here too. But as you can see in my hands right here, we have something very special. If I head inside, then you'll see that we have a bunch of different books with a bunch of different notes that I've made to a lot of the different people on the Lotus SMP. Now, it is officially 2025, and I've had such a blast getting to hang out with all of my friends on the server here for the last 6 months or so. As you can see here, we've done some really incredible things to this Mushroom Island, and the builds of everyone on the server are just astounding. I highly recommend you go and take a look at their channels. You can find them in the description below. But as a thank you for all of our time together, I think that I'm going to give a bunch of the guys a couple of thank you notes. Now, there's a lot of people on the SMP, so we'll probably only do 3 people per episode, but as we can see in this first book in our hands, Pug is going to be our first person that we get to thank today. So let's take out our wings, mine down the shulker box, and get to giving Pug a gift. I must say, I am so impressed by Pug's base every single time that I see it. This thing is so massive, so intimidating, so efficient, so well performing, and on top of everything, it is just astoundingly beautiful. And I love how I have a sign for when I dropped off the lapis from our last episode for our Winter Kingdom. But today, I think that we'll place down a chest so that we can place his book in here. Now, here is the note that I've written for Pug. Dear Pug, I hope that you're well, dude. The server wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you for being my friend, man. Slip. I really do genuinely think that one of my favorite things about having done YouTube and about having done an SMP is having made friends along the way. So thank you, Pug, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the year has for us. But now, as you can see, our next book that we're gonna go and deliver is off to Maddie, so let's head off to her base. Now, for the first time, we've arrived at Mild Maddie's elven-themed base, which, upon my first impressions, is just astounding. I'm sorry, Maddie, I just didn't know where your base was earlier in the server, and so I'm sorry about not having gotten to it until now. But as we can tell, Maddie has made sure to use every little bit of detail just to bring this life together. We have our beautiful panda sanctuary over here with her pandas just lounging around and enjoying the bamboo. We can see that Maddie has used lots of quartz in her base, which makes sense why she's been buying so much from Draconis. And then I love the diorite pillars that we have holding up this area. It's a design that maybe I'll have to use myself at some point in time. We also have this insane mansion on the other wing of the mountain, and we have a whole queue of dogs just waiting for our attention as well. Now, genuinely, I am really blown away by this entire base. I had no idea we had something this incredible popping up on the eastern side of the server, but as much as I would like to give a more detailed tour of this area, I think we'll have to ask Maddie for one at some point in time. But if you haven't checked out Maddie's channel, I don't want to take it away from her. Please go and take a look at it. And for now, we'll read the note that I made for Maddie, which says, Dear Maddie, hey there. I wanted to write you a note and mention you are such a rock star and a fantastic builder. So glad to be your pal. Best, Slip. So we can place down her chest and we'll put our book for Maddie right inside of it. But now, as we leave this incredibly beautiful kingdom, I do want to show you that we now have a book for Chespy to give him a note as well. So let us head off to the establishment of Chespy Cornelius Correcti Cash III. But actually, we have a new establishment here at the Kingdom of Lhasa that is absolutely incredible, and this was not built by me. This wonderful build is a secret Santa present from Mild Maddie, who once again is the wonderful creator that built that elven-themed base that we just took a look at, and wow, look at this build. It is exactly on point. You have the smooth quartz and the calcite and the diorite, along with torch flowers, which is something that I've never seen in the game before, and I have always wanted to have my hands on these flowers. We also have the pitcher pods, I believe, over here with some candles nicely on some acacia trapdoors. I'm just blown away by the use of pointed dripstone blocks and some coral hanging from the ceiling as well to fit in some extra decoration. And to switch it up, Maddie actually used polished granite and some acacia, which really fits in with the aesthetic of the build as well. Not to mention the addition of these awesome amethyst crystals that we have here on the ground, along with on the wall too. As you may be able to tell, we have frog lights underneath leaves and just around in the area to give the extra lighting that this build needs as well. And she even followed the path design that I used throughout the entire SMP as well. So thank you, Maddie. Your attention to detail, honestly, is impeccable. But I think that there's only one thing left to do, and it is to head inside to a beautiful looking interior. I do think that our mob figures might be a little bit messed up on the SMP at the moment, but I am assuming that we have a couple of characters here from Lotus, and we have paintings along the side. We have some hanging signs right here, and acacia trapdoors to line up to the second floor, along with a little bit of an eating area over here with some other messed up mob figures, unfortunately. But it's noisy, it's congested, it's the exact amount of detail that I would want on the interior of any of my builds. And so if we wanted to, we could actually sit down right here and have a meal ourselves. But we'll also head on over to the second floor, which, wow, look at this. We have some custom paintings. I've never seen these guys before. And I love the fireplace design that we have right here. Oh my gosh, I could spend hours in this area. We have even more bookshelves and some item frames with paintings. And on the third floor, how many floors does this build have? This is incredible. Wow, we have another awesome looking interior area here. And then off up to the fourth floor. Maddie, you are so good at doing interiors, and I just cannot do it myself. We have a Christmas tree right here with a Secret Santa slip. There's a bunch of presents right here. The amethyst shards actually on the top is a wonderful present design too. And then more torch flowers right here. And man, I'm just feeling really grateful right now. Maddie, thank you so much. And right next to these shulker boxes, which I think is going to be my present, we have a PS. Make sure to check the bookshelves. And so we can open up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Pitcher plants and pitcher pods and more pitcher plants. And in this one, we have torch flower seeds and torch flowers. No way. Maddie, you have totally spoiled me. I don't even know what to say. And you're telling me that there's even more in the bookshelves as well. Okay, we can head over here. We can take out an enchanted book. And we have another enchanted book right here. Looks like right now we have Mending and Unbreaking, along with Protection 4, Silk Touch, Infinity. And for the last one, we're gonna get Fortune 3. Maddie, I genuinely don't even know what to say. I am just so happy and thankful. I really needed this today in a personal sense, so thank you for that. I really am so lucky to have such good friends here on the SMP, and if you haven't checked out Maddie's content, once again, with all of the attention to detail, everything that she's putting in here, please do consider taking a look at her channel. But as we've talked about, we still have one more build to take a look at and one more note to give. So let's take to our wings and head off back to the base of Chespy Cornelius Correcti Cash III. Oh dude, such a silly name. I love it. Such a silly name. And last but not least, we head over to the home of Buzzy Combs and Chespy Cash III. As you can see, and as we've talked about, we have Chespy's incredible Italian little villa overlooking the seaside. And man, I gotta say, I just loved this design. I want to build like this at some point in time. And then over here, we have Buzzy Combs' incredible looking lighthouse as well. But there also seems to be a new addition to the area here. One thing that's been happening here on Lotus that we'll talk more about in the future is a mob vote to have an elected mob mayor for the SMP. And right now, the fight is between Sir Sniffington from Chespy and Margaret from Maddie. Now, I won't be going into details on who I'm going to be voting for in the future, but I did just want to take a look and check out this build. It's a really cool design, and I can't build like this, but It definitely gives that sniffer vibe. And if we head inside, we have a nice cozy little interior. But I must say, I do love how Chespy is able to use bamboo and scaffolding as windows. It's the classic B-dubs trick, but I always think that he does it really well. But I think that we'll give our note to Chespy and leave it in here, which says, Dear Chespy, hello pal. I just wanted to say, thanks for being you and doing everything you do. Thanks for being my friend. From Slip. Genuinely, my man Chespy, I wouldn't be here on Lotus if it wasn't for you. So, thank you for being you and for doing everything that you do. But I do think that now is a perfect time to tell you that in today's episode, we're going to be building a floating island, meaning that this is going to take a whole ton of work, and also meaning that you might as well consider subscribing if you're still here. It takes a whole ton of time to make these YouTube videos for you all, and I have a goal of hitting 5,000 subscribers by the end of 2025. But as always, we're going to have a side project to do before we get to doing it. Or as some of you may remember, over by the Lotus Hotel over in this direction, over the last month or so, we've been working on extending a pathway over to Draconis' base. And in last week's live stream, although the replay mod cinematic ended up corrupting, we ended up starting to make ourselves a bridge over in this direction here. As you can see, I've only textured it up with stone bricks, and Draconis also came by, and he was upset with the fact that this is not totally lined up with the hole at the end of the tunnel here, which is a lot easier to see like this. And if we head into Cheatycam, you'll see that we also don't have any pillars leading into the ground. But meanwhile, Draconis has been hard at work preparing this area of the land over here to start making some bridges over here. So I think that it's about time for me to start to work on fixing this bridge and fitting it into the environment a little bit more. I've kind of been enjoying telling you when I've been recording these different snippets, and so right now it is December 6th. I say on Wednesday, let's make ourselves a live stream. I'll get to hang out with all of you guys, and hopefully we can make this bridge look a little bit better. Well, after 2 live streams and 2 hours on my own this morning, we can officially say that the bridge is complete. Be honest, it came out way better than I was even expecting it to. We have stones and stones and stone bricks just outlining the outer ends of the bridge. And as the sun begins to shine its beautiful light upon the arch, you can see how beautiful this area comes together. We're definitely gonna have to do something to spice up this area at a later point. We have some lanterns to light up the entire area, and some cobblestone and stone bricks along with some stone to outline the bottom of the path. But in my personal opinion, the best look that we can get at this bridge is from the side in the morning. You can see that each one of these pillars starts off a little bit wider and then shimmies on down with some stairs leading to a nice pillar with some tuff on it. I do think that the mix of stone brick, tuff, and stone go really well together, but they don't go well with cobblestone for whatever reason. I have no idea why, but when you add cobblestone, it kind of messes with the texture palette. It doesn't really mess with the colors, but definitely the texture for me, but I'd be curious if you were to experiment with it and let me know what you think. But I must say, for having built this bridge with no plan, it came out so well, and I think it might be the best freeform bridge that I've ever made. I think it's the perfect thing to connect us over to Draconis' base, where actually, if we head over to the edge and we increase our render distance, you'll see that Draconis has made his path and he is ready to go for some more bridge work over here. There really is so much potential that we could do in this entire area, and me and Draconis promise, I think, are going to get up to some good work before the end of the season, so I'm very excited to see it. But now, a couple of weeks later, with everything set up to connect ourselves to the south, it's time to head on to the main project of today's episode, which frankly, if I'm being honest, I actually don't know what I'm going to be doing. And the reason for that is because I was going to be building a floating island, and I built the build within Lightmatica in our Build School creative world, where I get to play with a ton of other YouTubers and build creative builds. It's a very cool thing, and I feel very lucky to be a part of it. Here on the Lotus SMP, we are officially updated to Minecraft 1.21.4. However, unfortunately, Build School has not updated to that version yet, meaning that for the moment, I'm kind of locked out of the builds that I ended up making in that Lightmatica schematic in that world, meaning that I'm going to have to get around to doing something in my own single-player creative world. I'm not really sure what I want to build yet, but before we get to building, we're actually going to be hosting a Minecraft event here on the Lotus SMP tomorrow. Since we're now on Minecraft 1.21.4, we now have the Creaking and the Pale Forest in the game, and I think it would be fun to invite a couple of other Minecraft creators from other SMPs and play a hide and seek in the Pale Forest. The game would only happen at night, and you get a certain amount of points for if you're able to survive the night, or if you're catching people, how many people you were able to find during the night, with the winner getting a glorified video of their prowess within the hide and seek match from this guy here, Slip. So hopefully that gets to happening tomorrow. If not, we'll just get to building, but if you're still here, I really do appreciate you taking the time to take a look at these videos. I genuinely spend so much time making these videos, and it just means a lot that you take the time to appreciate them and invest yourself within the world here. But now, as the sun sets here in this beautiful world that we've made over the last 6 months or so, I say let's get back to work and make this beautiful server look even prettier. well, it feels good to be back at the Kingdom of Lhasa. I really feel like I don't spend enough time in my own kingdom admiring all of the creations that we've made over the last 6 months or so. This kingdom is definitely the most beautiful place that I've ever made in Minecraft. I swear I've taken every single block into account when it comes to designing the kingdom, and it really is funny to me as well that every single block as well has been taken up by a Margaret poster, because as I may have mentioned, we have an election coming up here on the Lotus SMP. But before we get into all of those shenanigans later down the line, I did want to say that I had so much fun with Jam and all of the other members of the Lotus SMP last Sunday, where we got to play Hide and Creek. It really was an event that brought everyone back together and brought some new people to the server, which is so important during these long, cold winter months. And as I've discussed, the winner of the event gets a special shout out little bit in this video, and as we've seen, the winner of this event is Morg_dash_org. And so, without further ado, let's give us all a wonderful round of applause and a cool little snippet, a little shout out for our winner. Now, I'm definitely going to have to do plenty of more events just like that in the future, but I'm sure it'll come as a surprise to none of you that this guy is majorly a builder in Minecraft, and we still have plenty of more building to do in the episode. And it makes me happy to say that I think that the building that we're going to do today is going to take place in our beautiful kingdom. I'm not quite sure yet where exactly I want to put the build. I'm thinking maybe in this area over here down by the graveyard, or also we could choose this area over here by the tree felling trees. But I do know one thing for certain, and that is for today's episode, we are going to be building ourselves a villa. I think that with all of the beauty that we have in the area, many people would want to come to the kingdom just for a nice weekend away. And so why not have a high-class luxury residence for people to stay and spend some time here at Lhasa? We do still need to give homes to our 3 alpacas down there by the well. But if I'm being honest, we have done a whole ton of things in the last couple of weeks for this episode, and I think that we're going to have to wait off for another point. These Lotus episodes really do take weeks and weeks to make, so if you're still here, A, I appreciate you, and B, if you're new to the channel, please do consider subscribing to it. It really does mean the world. But as the sun sets in this beautiful region that we have here in the Lotus SMP, I say let's fire up a stream, get some materials, and then, of course, get to building.